Franklin County Commission is now in session for this regular meeting Wednesday, August 5th. I would be remiss if I didn't thank Mr. Marone and others that were involved in getting us to this room, Mr. Royce, for today, for our next couple of 2 or 3 months, as we're having our other room remodeled as well. It looks great in here. You did a good job, Michael. Thank you very much for helping us put our best foot forward. So before we get started this morning, I do want to observe a moment of silence for Miss Tamara Bibb Allen, who recently passed away. She was a great lady. She did a lot for nonprofits across the county, especially in the Carabel area. I was telling Miss Commissioner Sanders before the meeting, I don't think in the last, I've been at the TDC since the end of 2019. I don't think if Miss Tamara's probably missed less meetings than I have. And I'm the chair, so I try to be at every one of them. She was always there. She was always there on behalf, making sure everybody knew what was going on in Carabel and what function they had coming up and what good things were available to people to be able to see and tour, to know their hometown and their community. And she will be missed. So I want to observe a moment of silence for her. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Commissioner Ward, can you lead us in the prayer and pledge this morning, please?
Yes. Do my prayer a little differently today.
Pledge behind y'all.
God, grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, courage to change the things that we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Lord, we also come to you today to pray for families that are heartbroken, that have lost a loved one, or that just need your healing touch, Lord Jesus. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. The first action item today, well, actually, do we have any amendments to the agenda before we go forward?
No, Mr. Chairman, we do not.
Okay.
I think everything was on there. There's been, most of the stuff been on it this weekend. Some
Okay.
details were added, but they were added late, I'm sorry, not late, at lunchtime yesterday. So, no, I'm sorry. To answer your question, no, we're good.
Okay. All right. So everything you have on your report is in the agenda, correct?
Yes, Attorney Schuler sent a supplement.
Yes.
We
Sorry.
sent a supplement to you guys, but that was on early enough yesterday.
Okay.
I think he might have talked to some of you about his supplement also.
He
So,
did.
yeah.
We did. Okay. So we need a motion to approve the agenda as it's been published.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Croom. It's been seconded by Commissioner Amison and Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Let the record reflect that's a 5-0 vote. Next, we're going to approve the minutes from the June 3rd, 2026 meeting and pay the county bills.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders. That's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, Commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's also a 5-0 vote. Up next, we have public comments. Michael, I'm assuming a lot of these may be online, but I have several here.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah. And I have a couple that are going to be later that are agenda specific, but we have 3 now that are for public comment. The first one would be Robert Walk.
One person attending by phone, I don't know person
Okay.
is actually.
What
but,
phone number is it?
There's 5115, last four digits? No?
No, it's neither one of those
All right.
that I see anyway.
And I don't see it, there is an attendee, as you guys can, well,
Okay.
you can't see the full attendee list, but yes.
So if we get more attendees later, since they're probably on Zoom, they
Yeah.
did turn in the cards, we'll just go back to it on the agenda. That's
Okay.
all I know to do, because they're not here in the room, so.
So I don't know if you want to ask anyone else.
Oh, I'm gonna do
Here.
that first, and I'm just
Okay.
saying for these, that, so there was Robert Walk, Kathleen Jansen, and Joe Bland.
Well, no, I don't see anyone. And they're not raising their hands online, sir, so.
Okay. All right, so we will go on to the Department Director's Report. Mr. Neighbors, Superintendent Roads and Bridges, did not have any action items, nor Mr. Davis, Solid Waste, Ms. Daniels for Emergency Management, or Mr. Polis for Mosquito Control. There are, and actually Ms. Roundtree from the library. But now there are several things to discuss. Commissioners, before we just go through them, is there something you want to highlight or discuss before we go on with these reports? All right, we have the same from Ms. Sharon Solano from IFAS. Her report has no action items. So Commissioners, if you have something you want to address with these individuals, you can just get with them during the time in between meetings. I will say it was refreshing to see, I know they've been keeping Miss Virginia at work because somebody's changed the format of some of the reports for the road department and the mosquito control. And it just looks really good. It looks very, very professionally done, and good job for that. It just seems to be easier to ingest.
Mr. Chairman, if I can say
Yes.
something real quick.
Yes.
I wanted to make a point. I know you said if nobody has anything, but looking at the library report, I'd like to highlight that they received an $88,000, $246 grant
Yes.
to support ongoing library operations and services to both branches. So
Yes.
that's fantastic. So congratulations to Whitney, and thanks for doing that.
Yeah, Miss Whitney's got just looking at her dates and everything going on at the libraries.
Always
I mean,
something.
she's as busy as anybody I know just scheduling stuff.
Yeah.
And what the benefit to that is, it would be great if people would utilize it, because our libraries really are a strong place for our community to continue to develop as community. There is nothing better than being able to take time and read thoughts of others to maybe understand more clearly and learn some things maybe you didn't know. And books are the best way to do it. So it's really, she's gone above and beyond, because this is more than just books. This is crafts, this is social gatherings, these are, and they're at both branches. So hats off to Miss Whitney. She continues to do she has always and continues to do a great job. All right. So with that, we're up to you, Mr. Kirsenbaum. You're the only one that's got action so far.
Is there any chance you could bring up the picture of the parcel of property? Steve Kirschenbaum, Airport Manager.
Yes, sir.
The parcel of property by the,
The property map.
yep, that's it. Have one action item. I spoke to Commissioner Amison about a month ago, and on Paul River Road, the ball fields, they're having a real issue with parking. I spoke to our airport engineer and the FAA and asked him about a property, clearing property for the ball fields. And lo and behold, there's a 1 acre parcel across Paul River Road that's circled on the map, that's airport property. And without any transfer or anything, we could go in there and clear it, just like we did for Jingoli. So, and the airport board was 100% on board with it. And I'd like to, so what we're doing is recommending to the county to clear that property for additional parking for the ball fields.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
Steve, on this picture here, you've got some yellow lines with a P, and then you've got a big circle. Are you looking at around the circle, like beyond where that P is, or just where
In
that
that
square is?
rectangular square that says P for parking.
So it's not that other wooded area there
No.
outside the box?
No, it's a little one at the bottom,
All right,
and it's totally outside of anything that's an issue with aviation operation. And I think it'd be a perfect thing for the ball fields.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ward, that property that is right, as you're looking at the picture, that's right at that rectangle or square, all that right there is private parcels, about 6 or 7 of them stacked in there that goes back to a bigger piece of property that, I think Ms. Rickards, sorry about that. I'll just speak louder. But anyway, that property on the right side of that's all private property.
Okay.
So there would be a buffer there,
I see.
so to speak.
And directly below it is all county property too. So,
Would that be city property or county property?
no county property, I just looked on Tax
Okay.
Appraiser's website today. So, I think it would be perfect for the ball fields, it's right next door, and this way, if we gave them airport property across the street to clear, you'd have 10-year-old kids trying to cross Powell River Road to get to their car, so I think it's a lot safer where it is that we're talking about, so I'm looking to get a, resolution to allow the, Parks and Rec to clear that per Commissioner Amoson's,
So
ask.
I got a question. How big is this area? Is it an acre? It's bigger than an acre, isn't it?
It's a little bit bigger than an acre.
So does it, up at the very top of that square on the right-hand side,
Yeah,
the tree line seems to run across the top. Is it gonna be cut completely straight toward the fields, or is that not our property?
that's all our property.
Okay.
Up into the
Okay.
fields. Where it crosses that line,
Yeah.
that line would be for a super expanded aviation operation. Our RPZ is the narrower triangle lines.
Okay.
And even though it just would have height restrictions if you put,
Yeah,
you know, whatever you're gonna put in that area.
yeah, that shouldn't be a problem for a parking lot, though, for
Okay.
height restrictions, that's just, okay.
Steve, I got one question.
Yeah,
With this parking lot, is there a pole on that side of the property for potential lighting?
I'm not
Power
sure.
pole?
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that.
Okay.
Yes, they just put that, put that service in
Yeah.
for the soccer field.
Okay,
That's right there. So there is a pole there.
Okay.
okay. That was my only concern about adequate lighting in the fall.
And I think it'd be a great thing for the
Yeah.
community and keep things safe by the park.
Well, good,
Could I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
yes.
The FDOT agreement off 1836, how much property was that we had agreed to allow them to use in case of emergency?
For 7 acres.
Was it 7?
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason why I was just trying to potentially have an alternate site in case a state of emergency and
Yes.
that runway needs to be utilized, we
Yes.
can also accommodate them. And I don't know if this would be big enough. You may want to also look at across the street if we're going to do the project, and that way it'll give them potentially a little bit bigger area. I'm just trying to figure out an alternate site there in case we get down the road.
There's a ton of county property south of there, abutting that property. So if you really wanted to move them across the street, if we had to, you've got a huge parcel there.
Yeah, the only problem though is you're gonna run into some wetlands.
I think he's talking about down here.
Oh, you're talking about on the other side of that wastewater,
Right?
whatever
That
there.
same side of the road.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. All right, that's fine. I was just trying to get clarity on it.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Crew,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Commissioners. And just 2 quick discussion items. Commissioner Jones ran a meeting here a week ago, joint presentation for the AOED, EDC, and Team Franklin. It's exciting. We've got a team that's going to really help economic development in this county, and I was real happy about it. And also, any questions on that meeting at all?
Any questions, Commissioners?
One person that we brought into the picture that's going to be incredible for the airport, potential defense contractors, potential industry, is Scott Luth, who was a former next in charge of Space Florida. He's now an independent consultant, and Commissioner Jones and Bill Williams put together something with Opportunity Florida, where he's going to be funded as a consultant to help us with development at the airport. And when I heard him speak at this meeting, I was excited. He's the man. And there's a lot of stuff going on at in Huntsville, and there's a lot of stuff going on in Bay County that they can't accommodate what is there. And there's big companies that are going to be looking for places to go. And if we've got a team like this put together, we're going to bring economic development to that airport. The other thing was, earlier in the month, we had a joint meeting with FDOT leadership, and we had the head of FDOT in Quincy and Quentin Williams, who's our head grant writer. Commissioner Amerson was at that meeting. So was AvCon, myself, and others, and Bill Williams. And they were totally supportive of our redevelopment plan, what we're trying to put together. And at some point in the near future, we're going to have something from the AOED for you all to look at. Commissioner Jones, just one thing I wanted to ask, if we can, after the meeting or sometimes this week, I'd love to talk to you about the ARPC, damn, I'm a loss for words this morning.
It's okay.
The freight logistics zone.
Okay.
Because we need some maps out of that and some other things.
Oh, yeah, that's not
And
a
we want
problem.
to connect to the rail, but we
Yeah.
want to move it into the approach of runway 14.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'll get that. I'll get to you to make sure you have that map. It was actually something that was developed by the ARPC when I first got on the board, 2016, 2017, and I wasn't involved with the ARPC at the time. It includes the port in St. Joe, an airport in Franklin County. The rail runs from St. Joe up close to where our runway is. If we extended the runway to be even closer, it'd give us opportunity to put a feeder or connector there to the rail. The rail runs through Liberty County up to Gadsden at the I-10 corridor. Gadsden County's, Gulf County, has been working on their port. Gadsden's been working on their corridor where 12 meets 10. They've been putting industrial development in there for the last 5 or 6 years. And the state of Florida has about $12 million in DOT funds set aside to repair the bridge going across the river to go north. They're just waiting for users for the railroad.
That's
So-
fabulous.
So it's all put together. Our part is getting our runway extended and getting that connector to go from the edge of the runway to the rail.
And I'll talk to you about that as
That's
well. But what we need, AvCon's looking if somehow we could get the actual CAD file
Yep.
of that map.
Yeah, it's no problem.
Mr.
Any
Chair.
other questions, anybody?
I have a question for the chairman, actually.
Yes,
You said they got $12 million set aside FDOT does for bridge repair. Are you referring to the trestle?
yeah, I'm talking to the trestle to get across the river.
Better find more than 12 million.
Yes,
That's what they got there, is all I'm saying.
goodness.
I just
But
want,
they've kept that marker there as good
Bless
faith of seeing if something can actually be done with this plan, is what they're doing.
this just could probably be a discussion for some other time.
It's all good.
But you just got me peaked here with my interest.
Yeah.
But as far as that railroad, that still belongs to the railroad. That's their easement. and
It does.
whatnot. So couldn't they get some federal funding?
They
for that?
probably could.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, the state at least has some money set
Oh, I
aside as
understand.
good faith to show that they're involved, you know what I mean? And, yes,
I'm just curious what, going back to, over the years, what
Yeah.
kind of
Yes.
discussions been had, and what type of funding is actually out
Yeah.
there to get.
yeah, that I don't know. I'm sure they've had that with whoever owns the railroad. But I think the thought was they wanted to make sure, and they've done it from the state level, that, yes, there is a plan on paper, but if it's ever gonna be anything, in other words, we're not as different forms of government gonna tell you, guy that owns a railroad, that you're holding up all of our stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we've set aside some money to actually help.
Yeah, yeah, I
So
understand.
I think that's what they're trying to do.
And I'll be working on the runway extension. I'll talk to you a little bit about that too. Picture of the airport, we're all clean, 6 million square feet they clean. If you look at that picture, just to the left of that taxiway by the buildings, where you see black pavement, our airport was not cleaned since 1945, except for the runways.
Yeah.
So that pavement, we got a brand-new airport from the air. I got a call from a pilot out of Tallahassee. He told me it took off to 3,000 feet, and he could see Apalachicola Airport from Tallahassee.
That's
So
good.
now we've got a $20 box of candy.
Yep.
Now we've got to invite the companies in to utilize it.
Good deal.
So thank you, commissioners.
Yes, sir?
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
On behalf of several people, they wanted to reach out and thank the commission about the cleaning of the runway, because I've had pictures
Yes.
text to me from the sky, looking down at it. Got some happy pilots, so
Well, good.
they wanted me to extend that out to everyone here, so.
That's good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, if I could, before we transition, I guess, to Aaron's report, I just want to make a comment. You know, a lot of times, as I said earlier, behind the scenes, our county staff does a lot of work. Michael set up this room. I know he was here day and night. Probably was about to pull what little left of hair he's got left out. But, you know, yesterday I had some things come up, and I had to contact Parks and Rec. I emailed Melissa, and then I also had to email Virginia with the road department about some issues that came up, one of which there was toilets, I don't know if they were vandalized, they were broken at Vrooman Park, so I texted them that. And then some issues with some ditch cutting. I emailed the road department and an additional item for Virginia, the road department. And I just want to say that within minutes, I got an email return. Everything was fixed. The ditch cutting hasn't happened yet, but it's added to the list of things that need to be done. So I just want to give kudos to our county staff, because they make us look good. They obviously do their job. I don't go out and cut the ditches, although I've offered that Mr. Howard won't let me, but anyway.
Let me either.
I just want to thank them, because they're the ones that do all the heavy lifting for our county, and that goes to the constitutional officers as well. So I just want to give a shout out. I feel like don't get enough credit that they're due. I can sit up here and thank them every day, but I just want to publicly say thanks to all of our county staff for everything that they do for us and for the people that are in our county that live here and even visit here. So thanks to you all. I just want to say that. I think they deserve a round of applause. So, thanks, Chairman, for that time.
Not a problem. Is Miss Aaron attending via Zoom? So she says. Has she even had time to get back over there yet?
She should have just
Yep,
stayed.
I'm here, Commissioners. Yeah, my camera's not working over here at any
You have
point,
to
so
talk
I'm
up.
not sure,
Hold
not
on,
sure what's
we're
going on
getting
with
you turned
that.
up. All right, go ahead, see if we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. A lot better.
Okay. Great. All right, Commissioners, today I have, let's see, seven action items for you all and a few informational items.
All right. Commissioners, are there any things you want to pull to discuss?
I want to pull 5.
All right,
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to pull both 5 and 6, please.
all right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull one. Hold on, I'm looking. 1 and 4.
4?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
Oh, 1, 4, and 6. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I was trying to think.
Which one?
1, 4, and 6.
Oh.
Yep. All right, so before we go to 1, 4, and 6, I'd entertain a motion to approve under consent items 2 and 3, and then item 7.
So moved.
Second.
And, yeah, that's it. All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron, we're going to handle 1, 4, 5, and 6 individually. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, the first action item is the First Responder Communication System Upgrade Project has been slowed due to the slow progression to closing for the Duke Energy parcel in Apalachicola, the lengthy process with FDOT to secure a site location lease along the north shoulder of Highway 98 to the far east of Apalachicola, and the slow-moving tower site appraisal for the viable parcel located in the far northern area of Highway 65 out of East Point. The county ordered the first appraisal of that site in February, and unfortunately ended up having to move to a second appraisal firm due to no response. The second firm completed the appraisal within 3 weeks of the order, and the owner of the parcel has indicated that he is interested in selling at that price, although he is aware of the county and Triumph's requirement for the completion of 2 appraisals. Triumph has also indicated that the acquisition cost for the Highway 65 parcel owned by Walter Armstead Investments, LLLP, could be part of the project funding request. The county hopes to have all 3 sites secured and ready for construction at the start of the new year. Omnicom will provide a formal project update and final system layout to the board in September, and requesting board action to authorize staff to order the second appraisal of the North Highway 65 tower site. And from what we understand, the approval from FDOT, we passed the initial review for that FDOT site to the west of Apalachicola. And then also we have traction as well on the other side. So things are moving again.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to bring this up because I know this has been a long time coming, and I've been fighting for a tower up Highway 65 since I've been on this board. And so I'm finally happy to see it's finally moving. Now, Aaron, if you could explain, and I think I've asked you this before, and if you don't know the exact answer, it's okay. Where is this property is located kind of halfway? Could you kind of elaborate as to where this parcel is at specifically, as best you can?
Actually, the parcel site, it actually came up to planning and zoning, I believe, back in 2018. So it's already a permitted tower site location. And unfortunately, there's not enough population for the tower companies to actually construct the tower. So they kind of, assumed they did a lease with Mr. Armstead, got everything approved, and then the tower site's just been kind of sitting there. So this is a ready-to-go site, which is, especially advantageous for the county. And that one is actually far north, Highway 65. I'm trying to think of what the road, is it the Bloody Bluff area?
I think
Someone
that's
who's
about
familiar
right,
with
yeah.
Highway 65. Yeah.
There's not much up there to kind of, but yeah, Bloody Bluff, Gardner's Landing, kind of up there. So I feel like that'll give our residents who travel that route and our visitors alike a lot more cell phone service when they're traveling that road, because that's one of my concerns was the safety aspect of there's no service, and if somebody breaks down or gets in a, God forbid, a car accident, I want to be able to have them to be able to call for help. So thanks for all your hard work in trying to get this done. I can't wait till the tower actually gets erected, but I know we're still a little bit off on that, but thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Attorney Schuler, where are we at with the closing of the Duke Energy parcel?
I think we've resolved the final issue, which was in the contract. There was a requirement that the Duke Energy would release their master mortgage within 60 days of closing. So we went through a process that involved essentially getting a comfort letter, is what Duke calls it, to both the county and the title insurance company, stating that they would in fact indemnify and hold harmless the title company and the county for the master indenture. To put that in plain speak, what's going on is Duke Energy is a massive company, and they have apparently this master mortgage that covers all sorts of properties, and it takes a while for them to process a release of the mortgage. So what you're looking at is atypical in the sense that you have a land swap that's not free and clear at the time of the land swap. You have a land swap that's still subject to the master mortgage. And so there was a process of convincing both the title company and the county that the comfort letter was sufficient. That hurdle has been cleared. The last word I had was that Duke Energy said that they would be available for closing as soon as Friday of this week, or did they say the 17th? Maybe the 17th. Sometime this month there should be a closing on the land swap. I've got, on the other closing with the USDA loan assumption, we have a lot of documents that are in Aaron's report that USDA sent that the board has now approved for that closing. Interestingly, one of the boxes that still needs to be checked on the loan assumption, and the title company, the closing agent is dealing with that last document, which is, we seem to be missing the assumption agreement on the assumption of the mortgage, which is an important document, but I think that's going to come through pretty quickly, and we'll have both those closings for the USDA Library Loan Association assumption agreement, and also the land swap with Duke Energy. I would expect them to occur before the end of this month. I mean, I have the checks for the closing amount from the county's side of the closing costs, and I have delivered those to the closing agent yesterday. So we're moving along as I've described.
And Aaron, is this where that tower was supposed to be located at? No?
That's correct.
65?
No, the one in Apalachicola.
Yeah, the Apalachicola Tower site location will be on the Duke Energy parcel.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron, let's talk about number 4.
All right, Commissioners, action item number 4, attached is a $10,710 architectural services fee proposal from Barnett, Fronzak, Barlow, and Schuler Architects to prepare the construction bid specifications and contract documents for the siding repair and replacement project for the Carabel Library. This task order will be paid for by the Capital Outlay Fund, and the project is anticipated to be completed early next year. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached proposal.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to pull this because I wanted to let the public aware. I rode by the library and I kept seeing the siding. It was just, it was discolored.
Yes.
It was messed up. So I contacted Whitney, and she'd been working on it. I think Aaron been working on it. So I feel like that it was important to bring up, because I feel like any county building that we have is a reflection of our county and looks of and aesthetics. And I feel like that every county building that we have, like this one here that we're in now, needs to look good. So thanks for working on that, Aaron, and thanks to Whitney for getting all this so we can get this fixed. So I'll make as long as nobody else has anything, I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Number 5, Ms. Aaron?
All right, Commissioners. Number 5, the Florida Legislature has approved the 5th-year funding of the Law Enforcement Salary Assistance Grant for fiscally constrained counties in efforts to bring the pay of law enforcement more in line with larger and better-funded counties and state law enforcement. As part of the grant agreement, the Sheriff's Department was required to submit a spending plan to FDLE to outline how the funds will be allocated to the eligible employees. In the attached spending plan from the Sheriff's Office, the $659,604 annual allocation will be distributed as follows. The Franklin County Sheriff's Office, these funds will be used to increase the annual base salaries of our deputy sheriffs and correction officers. Base salary for each employee is different due to the number of years, level experience, and other contributing factors. All deputy sheriffs and corrections officers will receive $5,760 per year plus benefits for a total of $8,374.46 in LISA payments. Officers ranked at sergeant or below will receive an additional $2,160 per year, which would bring their total to $7,920 per year, plus benefits for a grand total of $11,514.88 annually in LISA funding. Board action to grant approval and authorization to the chairman to sign the attached law enforcement salary assistance agreement with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for the Franklin County Sheriff's Department.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I guess with this, the governor actually signed this the last day.
Yes.
So it almost didn't
Yes.
go through, and would have put us in a bad position as a county.
Yes.
Because we're not budgeted for this amount, so I don't know where this is gonna be at next year. But I think this, is something that we need to, have in the back of our minds when it comes to the sheriff office budget and the budget overall as a county.
Yes,
Because it's a big hit, 11 grand from a person.
Well, I'm thankful, Commissioner, they've continued to do it. This is the 5th year in a row they've done it. I do think it's helped make a difference for those that are involved in that line of work and in that department. But yeah, it's always subject to funding. Any other questions or concerns?
I also wanted that pulled, and I echo where Commissioner Croom was going with that, because I'm too concerned if this doesn't get future funding,
Yes.
we're gonna be left holding the bag, so to speak. But with this here, this is just for sworn employees, correct, Aaron? That's deputies and correctional officers only? Dispatch?
That's correct.
Admin, none of that's gonna be affected by this, correct?
That's correct, yep.
All right. No other questions?
Okay. Pleasure of the board.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Crew, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron, let's talk about number 6.
All right, Commissioners, action item number 6. In 2025, there was a change in statute which allowed Franklin County to expend tourist development taxes for improvements to public facilities and eligible infrastructure projects, hence Section 6 expenditures, so long as certain conditions are met. The county governing board approves the use for the public facilities by a vote of at least 2/3 of its membership. No more than 70% of the cost of the proposed public facilities will be paid for with tourist development tax revenues, and sources of the remaining costs are identified and confirmed by the county's governing board. At least 40% of tourist development tax revenues collected in the county are spent to promote and advertise tourism, and the TDC must pay for an independent professional analysis demonstrating the positive impact of the infrastructure project on tourist-related businesses in the county. Prior to 2025, the county was not authorized for Section 6 expenditures, as Florida statute required a minimum collection of $10 million each year in tourist development tax proceeds for eligibility. The city of Carabel has submitted their first Section 6 funding request for the Waterfront Boardwalk Improvements Project. The scenic riverfront boardwalk runs along the river down Marine Street and connects a busy boat ramp area to downtown businesses and US Highway 98. This corridor hosts the popular 25-year-old visitor favorite, the Carabel Riverfront Festival, and provides spectator access for the popular Boat Parade of Lights event each December. The proposed $500,000 project will include the repair and stabilization of the existing boardwalk bulkhead, repairs and improvements to the public fishing pier and waterfront pavilion, improvements to the public restrooms, installation of a drinking fountain, and installation of security cameras to improve visitor safety. The city of Carabel has provided assurance that the $150,000 30% Section 6 project match is available, and the amount to be paid by TDC sales tax proceeds would be $350,000. This project has excellent potential to move forward as the city's first Section 6 public facilities project, should the commission decide to advance for review. Vendor retail strategies can provide the visitor count report data for the use in the actuary's report. Board action to approve the primary use of the Carabel Riverfront Boardwalk Improvements Project as tourism-related, and authorize the chairman to sign the attached request form to advance the project along with all supporting documentation to the TDC for their approval and advancement of the project for completion of the required independent professional analysis and review.
I make a motion, we go ahead and approve this. This is something that has been going on for a few months now, isn't it, Aaron? They've been wanting to get some funding for this.
That's correct.
Okay, and they meet all the criteria now with the 6%, okay. So
Yeah.
we'll make a motion to go ahead and approve this,
Okay.
because this is a thing to help them with that waterfront area down there in Carabel.
I'll second with comment.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner, go ahead.
Number one, this is just another prime example of the municipality working with the county government. I feel like that's great. In addition to that, again, we use that word TDC all the time. And people just don't realize what those monies are used for. I think it was Commissioner Amison that stated earlier that, you know, tourists can enjoy this 1 week out of the year or whatever, but our residents enjoy this year round. And I just want to emphasize that for our public. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Chairman.
Well, and I'm so grateful that we were able to get the language changed for the TDC funding. Because if it had, we wouldn't been doing this. And so it helps not only the county, parks and stuff, but it also helps the municipalities within our county.
Yeah, that's, it was different. I didn't see that happening. So the year that happened was the year that during the session, they had started talking about using TDC dollars to replace ad valorem dollars statewide. And so there was a lot of back and forth with that. I know that our local delegation reached out to me and said, look, if we did change this, what language needs to be in there? So hold on just a minute, I'll send it to you. Send it to them, and that's what they adopted. There wasn't a big lobbying effort. There wasn't a big, you know, everybody needs to send a letter. They just did it. So I think it's going to be a benefit for Franklin County for years to come, because before everybody all the bigger counties, let me put it that way, that collected 10 million a year were able to do all kind of projects. You know what I mean? It really was a wide open slate of what they could do and what they could accomplish. Well, now that's going to be happening in our area. There's still things we have to do. There's still law to be met. It's not just spending on what you want to, but it is a lot freer, and then we can use it more for infrastructure and things that help our residents year round. So
The other way was so limited. You
it
really-
was. It
We
was.
didn't really have anything that met the criteria because the language was so limited back then. So,
No,
That's
Commissioner, it
good.
was so limited when we did the new restrooms on the island, we actually had to do a bank loan because we could only spend 10% of what's collected in a year on an area in the beach part, in the area on the beaches. So we actually did a loan over 2 or 3 years and paid it out, the 10% a year till we paid it off. That's the difference between where we were and where we are now. So, thank y'all for that. Any more discussion before we vote? We did have a motion a second, didn't we?
Yes,
Yeah, okay. Just for a second, I was like, man, make sure I'm doing it right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Ms. Aaron, anything else for the good of the order?
Yes, Commissioner. Let's see, I'm very excited to report the county has now cleared the federal EHP permitting process and FEMA's review of the construction bid specifications for the new Emergency Operations Center building in East Point.
Yeah.
But the county has been working to secure enough funds to construct a new EOC since Hurricane Michael made landfall in 2018, when it became evident that the existing EOC was outdated and inadequate for the level of response that was needed. This project is being funded from 2 grant award agreements totaling $2.5 million from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, awarded in 2022 and 2024, one award agreement through the Florida Division of Emergency Management totaling $2,650,577 in 2023, and $1 million from the county's Gulf Consortium settlement funds from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill held by the United States Treasury. Attached is the construction bid advertisement, and a mandatory pre-bid meeting will be held on Friday, September 18th at 10 a.m. at the Fort Coombs Armory Convention Center, and bids will be opened at the first meeting in October. The total occupancy load for the new EOC is 39 people, and it's approximately 5,778 square feet of heated and cooled space.
Well, good. That's been a long time coming. We actually had commissioners who are no longer serving that were a part when we first started that.
And you got
I mean,
one
it's
that
true.
was, you got one that was serving, then went left, then
Yes.
come back.
Yes, and still working on it.
It's been that long.
But the benefit to all of it is, so yes, we have an EOC right now, and I'm not diminishing what we're doing. We've done the best we can do for as long as we can do it. But the building that they're actually in is an old weather station that was given to us. We tried to convert it and make an EOC out of it. It's on one side of the county. It really has a lot of challenges. But this will be the first time that I know of that we were ever going to have an EOC building in Franklin County. So I'm glad to see that we can do something like that, because listen, bad as we all hate it, we all know that as sure as they get a storm coming around the tip of Florida, the first word out of their mouth is always Apalachicola. That's just the way it is. I don't know if it's just they're glad they finally know how to pronounce the name or what's going on, but it's always Apalachicola. But so I'm excited for that, and I know everyone else is as well. Any other thoughts before we, while we still have Ms. Aaron here?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I got a couple. First off, I know we said this several times, but, you know, this, going through this budget process, and, you know, we constantly call her, and I want to thank Aaron for doing a job well done, because I know this time of the year is very stressful for her. Not on top of us five keep calling her about things, and she's able to get it done and stop what she's doing to take her calls. So, having said this, this is between Michael and Aaron. Just a couple questions. So on, and Mr. Chair, this has to do with your district, kinda, the Barnacle. So we do have the Barnacle on St. George Island, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay, but we're not utilizing it.
They haven't yet.
They haven't. So I was told, I don't know if, I need some point of clarity here, that they will not utilize it or is not utilizing it until we have a parking ordinance on St. George Island. Is that correct?
That's what I understand also, yes, sir.
So we're paying for that service right now and not utilizing it.
That would have been a good discussion to have before we ever started paying for it, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know
It would
that.
have been a great discussion to have before we started paying for it. So I can tell you this, since it is in my district, I'll just go ahead and say it. Yes, there are things we need to do to improve parking. We tried to do that. We put more parking spaces in several places on the island in particular. However, I've also tried to not, I think we're just coming at it from two different angles so far, so hopefully we can work that out. I think the thought is they want to have no parking signs in a lot of places. And, you know, I'm trying to think of a way that we can put the least amount of signs, not the most amount of signs. So, you know, but we do need to resolve that, because we're currently paying monthly for that Barnacle. And we paid for it to be able to utilize it and do something about some of the traffic problems we're having.
Right.
I know the other day I've gotten a couple of reports lately from the use over on Alligator Point. They're not having to utilize it because people know they're about to get a fine.
Being compliant.
So they're being compliant. So that's all we're looking for, because at the end of the day, one of the ways we're also addressing it, Commissioner, to make sure everybody's aware, as we're redoing the boardwalks, and that's also TDC funds, as we're redoing the boardwalks on the island, we're also changing the parking area there and making sure it's moved back so we can have perpendicular parking. So there's going to come a time that that's going to be the designated parking for that area. It's not going to be all up and down the street in front of people's houses, and so, I mean, if there's not a space, there's not a space. But that's what it's going to come to, but we just haven't made it there yet with those, but we need to find something to do, because we just don't need to continue to pay for a device we're not using.
Right, and I was just made aware of that, so I was like, okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the stance was going to be, we're not going to utilize it at all until we do it.
2 weeks.
Yeah, that's not been understood.
Mr. Brown, there've been some good information to know whenever we
It would
had
have.
that discussion with Barnacle.
It would have.
So, Mr. Chairman, that being said, that's something we need to look at doing, because I didn't realize, I thought we had an ordinance already.
We do, but it's not, they don't, the way it's written, they don't like some of the ways it's written.
Who don't?
Between the sheriff's department, the ones that are gonna be enforcing it. They don't like the way some of it's written. They think it needs to be addressed, and some changes need to be made.
So,
But we do have an ordinance on the books.
I think we do. Don't we have a parking ordinance for the island?
Yes, we do have a parking ordinance that we amended, I recall, I believe, to make it county-wide.
Yes.
But I was notified last week that the sheriff's department does want some changes to the
Yes.
ordinance before they commence the enforcement. The chairman and I can't say it better than the chairman has, but I can confirm that I've also been informed that part of the enforcement issue when the officers go to court is something to do with whether the signage and the notice to the public, of the no parking areas is sufficient or insufficient.
Right.
That may be what the sheriff's department is wanting to have addressed. Like I said, I was made aware of it last week from the chairman, and I have not had an opportunity to get up with the appropriate staff at the sheriff's department to find out, what do we need? I mean, is based on their experience, do we need these signs on every corner? Which
No,
the
I
chairman,
don't, no. So I think we need to put signs, and we can have this discussion later, but we're already talking about it. I think we need to put, like, when we fixed a boardwalk, we can put public parking. You know what I mean? And if it's not designated public parking, then it's not public parking. And, and go at it that way instead of a multitude of signs. That's,
right, I was just drawing,
Yeah.
from one potential extreme
Yes,
to the other.
yes.
And that's a discussion that needs to be had.
Yes.
What is the extent of the signage that the sheriff's department thinks we need to have? And of course, if we institute a policy, if the court says it's insufficient, then we'll have to come back and address it.
yep.
Or if it's sufficient, then we've done a good job.
So apparently we'll be having that discussion sooner rather than later.
I believe so, yes, sir.
All
Thank you
right,
for
I just
that.
want to bring that up because I
Yes,
was,
sir.
I can't talk to y'all about
That's all
that,
good.
so. The other thing, and I think Marone probably have to weigh in on it, but it has to do with money, so that's why I asked Aaron to hang back. I noticed on the bill list that, Richard Lewis is still, I guess, on board with us. Like, how much more services we need from him with EMS?
That's actually a good question, sir. I will double check with that to see where we are with the transfer. I know we're still waiting for a couple certifications to come through, but at the moment, I really can't remember which ones they were, but I'll double check that and let you guys know.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my estimate of that would probably be, I would say probably through the end of the year, just because we're still trying to work through some of the issues with the billing company. It could be earlier than that, but, just logistics and trying to get, the initial several months of billing kind of under the county's belt, that would probably be helpful for him to be around for that.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
Anyone else have anything for Miss Aaron while we have her?
I've got a couple of things, Mr. Chairman, if you
Go
don't
ahead.
mind.
Nope.
Aaron, where do we stand on the realignment of Alligator Drive? Have you heard anything back from DEP on the permitting process?
We have not yet, Commissioner. And I know the road department is ready to actually demolish that old structure. But we are working because basically the power meter was still active at that location and it was not a county power meter. So we're trying to get the fire department to actually call and disconnect that building where the road department can actually proceed with demolishing it.
How many months has it been?
Oh, goodness. As far as from the permitting perspective, I would
From the
say,
very beginning.
oh, goodness.
It's been years, hasn't it?
It's probably been a good 12 months at least.
Yep, that's what I thought. The other thing, do we have a date when Galloway Construction is gonna start the improvements to the Island View Park out there east of Carabel?
Oh, actually, they are rolling forward fairly quickly on that. The picnic pavilion is up, as well as the structure for the modular restroom building.
Okay, because I come by there Monday morning and it wasn't nothing but some silk fencing up and around, so they should be started on that, because it's not gonna take very long to get through with that. Okay, thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Aaron, before we let you go, I also want to say thank you for the continued effort. I know we didn't discuss them publicly, but we did vote on them for the assumption of the East Point Library to be county property. That's something that they come to us two or 3 years ago, the group Friends of the Library. They really wanted to be involved more in programs and doing things for the library and not really trying to come up with the money to make a loan payment every month. So I'm glad we're able to work through that. It's been a lengthy process because it involves the federal government. But thank you for that, and thank you for the work on the East Point Nature Center Park as we continue to add stuff there to build it out. I know we're doing it in phases and, doing this change order, but the reason we did that is we were trying to make sure there was something ready before the July 4th celebrations for the 250 years for America. because East Point usually does their fireworks on the 1st. I don't know of any other place, this is just a TDC plug here, I don't know of any other place that has 4 straight days of fireworks in July, but we do in Franklin County. We do it East Point on the 1st, Carabel on the 2nd, Appalachia on the 3rd, and St. George Island on the 4th. And it is just a great time to live here and to visit here. We do it up. So we didn't do everything we're gonna do at that park yet because we wanted to have open and available for that day. But thank you, Ms. Aaron, for all your work on that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I want to thank Erin for something that she's been doing for the past 4 years, and that's helping the Lanark Village, St. James Lanark Village Fire Department. A couple of weeks ago, they were notified, after all this time trying to get them built back up, they were notified that they rated at a 5 on the ISO rating. That is excellent, excellent. And I just want to commend those people that have volunteered for the fire department, but also commend Erin, because if it hadn't been for her genius ideas of how the funding needed to go, we wouldn't be here today. So, and within 90 days, I think it's supposed to take effect and help the insurance rates go down. And I know I'm one of those folks, so I'm glad to see it. But I'm so proud that Lanark came together, the volunteer fire department came together, and they got a 5 on ISO rating. That is so good.
That's a good deal.
Thank you, Miss Ann.
Ms. Aaron, thank you for everything you do, and thank you for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you all, and actually the new meeting room looks amazing. I want to commend Michael for that too. When I put my head in there, I was like, wow, I don't know if we want to move back. That's beautiful.
Oh, when they see the new one, yes, they will.
It does look better than I had in my mind that it was going to look, I can tell you. It's
Very impressive.
all right, so let's take a short recess, and then we'll come back to our presentations and stuff. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Up next under presentations, Mr. Keith Neal from Bay Savers. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. My name is Keith Neal. I was born and raised and went to school in Port St. Joe. I've hunted and fished the Apalachicola and Chipola Rivers, Lake Wemco, St. Joe Bay, and the Gulf of America since I was a small child. I returned to my hometown after retiring as an aerospace engineer from Lockheed Martin Missiles and Fire Control. I currently serve as the president of Bay Savers, Florida, a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. As you probably know, Bay Savers was founded by Dusty May, a lifelong resident of Port St. Joe, with the goal to restore Apalachicola Bay and Lake Wemco and to protect St. Joe Bay from freshwater and sediment intrusion from the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway, or GIWW, and the Gulf County Canal, GCC. Bay Savers' interaction with the state of Florida led the Northwest Florida Water Management District to install flow meters on both sides of the intersection of the GCC with the GIWW in 2018. Data from these flow meters confirmed what Bay Savers and other local stakeholders had long suspected. Significant water flow is being diverted from the Apalachicola River through the Jackson River and Lake Wemco and into St. Joe Bay and East Bay via the GIWW and the GCC. These flow meter readings indicate that on average, 2 billion gallons of water per day are being diverted from the Apalachicola River into St. Joe Bay and East Bay. Taken separately, 1.4 billion gallons per day are entering St. Joe Bay and 600 million gallons per day are entering East Bay. Again, these are average numbers. During periods of high water levels, the flow rates are significantly higher than that. These numbers were verified by the Water Management District and DEP and are undisputed. This flow diversion represents, on average, 9% of the total flow of the Apalachicola River. During low river level periods, this flow represents over 25% of the total Apalachicola River flow. Besides damaging the saltwater ecologies of St. Joe Bay and East Bay, these numbers represent significant freshwater and sediment loss to Apalachicola Bay and its oyster beds. It also significantly contributes to saltwater intrusion into Apalachicola Bay and Lake Wemco. Bay Savers seeks to correct this by engaging the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to mitigate this unwanted flow diversion. At the urging of Bay Savers, the Corps of Engineers has engaged Gulf County to take the required next step defined in federal law and regulation, which is to perform a planning assistance to state study, also known as a PAS or Section 22 study. The goal of this study is to officially identify and quantify water quality and related ecological problems in Lake Wemco and the surrounding bays caused by the GIWW and the GCC. To that end, Section 22 study documents were mailed to Gulf County on February 13th of this year. The study itself cost $300,000 shared equally between the Corps of Engineers and the local non-federal sponsor, which in this case is Gulf County. The steps to execute this study include Gulf County executed and returned the letter of intent to the Corps of Engineers on April 30th of this year. This step started the process on the federal side to obtain its 50% cost share. During this time interval, Gulf County is taking steps to acquire its 50% cost share. Once the Corps obtains the funds for its cost share, it will approach Gulf County to execute the Section 22 study agreement. Once the agreement is signed and the local 50% cost share are returned to the Corps of Engineers, the Corps will start the execution of the study. The Section 22 study is estimated to take 7 quarters or 1 3/4 years and is performed solely by the Corps of Engineers staff. The work performed in the study includes the following: an inventory of the existing conditions in Lake Wemco and the surrounding bays, a study of the historical and current conditions of the GIWW, a review of the existing literature relating to Lake Wemco and the surrounding bays, an analysis of existing studies, including those performed by other federal agencies, the state of Florida, and private sources. And lastly, collection of additional data as required. Once the Section 22 study is complete, it is expected that the Corps of Engineers will proceed to the Section 216 trade study to identify solutions to the problems identified by the Section 22 study. So we're talking about two studies. First, the Section 22 study, and then secondly, the Section 216 trade study to identify the solutions to the problems. This Section 22 study represents the culmination of over 10 years of work by dedicated volunteers to save Apalachicola Bay, Lake Wimico, St. Joe Bay, and East Bay. Gulf County and the City of Port St. Joe together have already committed $100,000 of the required $150,000 to the cause. Bay Savers respectfully request that Franklin County join us to contribute to the Gulf County's local cost share required to execute the study so that Apalachicola Bay, Lake Wimico, St. Joe Bay, and East Bay can be restored. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Neal, how much did you say Franklin County, what the stipend from Franklin County would be?
Well, no particular amount. We need $150,000 total from all sources. We already have Gulf County and the City of Port St. Joe have offered up $50,000 each. So there's $50,000 remaining of the $150,000 total. So we're seeking as much as you're willing to cover the remaining $50,000. We also are, I am scheduled to present to the City of Mexico Beach. I've already talked to their mayor, Richard Wolf. They are interested in contributing as well. I was at Bay County yesterday and started the initial discussions with them. And it seems that any availability of funds will have to come from their TDC, and we've started those conversations with them. But again, we're seeking $150,000 total from all sources. All that money will go to Gulf County, who will then forward it to the Corps of Engineers for the $150,000 required cost share.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Neal?
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to make a comment after the other commissioners have had their opportunity to ask questions.
Okay. Well, I do have a question. So with the study y'all are doing, well, first let me quantify and make sure. Mr. Neal, there might not be any of us in this room old enough to remember. But what I understand is the man-made canal that's there was placed there because water flow was needed for the paper mill that was in St. Joe. The regular aquifer could not hold up with how much water it took to run that mill every day.
That is a different canal. What you're referring
Okay.
to is the freshwater canal, which is which is providing fresh water to the City of Port St. Joe. That's
Okay.
a different canal.
Where's it located?
It is actually east and runs north and
Okay.
crosses the intercoastal canal
Okay.
with a pipe underneath the intercoastal. That's totally different
Okay.
thing.
That's good.
The Gulf County Canal is the navigable water canal.
Right.
Where you know where the bridge is in Highland View.
Right.
That's the GCC, the
Okay.
Gulf County Canal.
Okay.
Now, its original purpose was to provide a method of doing barge traffic and so
Yes.
on through the GIWW, but
Right.
we all know, and there's a long history of, what's happened with the Apalachicola River and the low water flows and not being able to support barge traffic and amongst all the ecological arguments.
Right.
What we're primarily trying to address is that diversion of Apalachicola River water that should be going to Apalachicola Bay is now heading our way.
Right.
So it hurts Apalachicola Bay because you're missing that fresh water that you need for the oyster beds and
Yes.
so on. And it's going into St. Joe Bay and it's killing the turtle grass that's, makes the environment, the scallops and, the grouper and other fish species use to, in part of their life cycle.
Right.
So that's what Bay Savers is all about. It's about addressing that. And I'm sure you all know very much about Lake Wemico. Lake Wemico is being destroyed, absolutely destroyed by the saltwater intrusion.
Yeah.
The redirection, that pathway, that water pathway via the Intracoastal Waterway is made a path to allow that saltwater intrusion to occur. If the GIWW had not been constructed, all the water from the Lake Wemico watershed would gather up in Lake Wemico and then flow east and south via the Jackson River. It would all come this way.
Right.
Well, now it's heading west, and it's allowing salt water to come up from Apalachicola Bay and go into Lake Wemico, and it's destroyed. Back when I was a kid, I used to go fishing in Lake Wemico with my dad, and you had the freshwater reeds that went all the way around the perimeter of the lake.
Yeah.
Those are gone, and they're gone because of saltwater intrusion, and it's destroying the flora and the natural flora and fauna of Lake Wemico.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to address.
So, hopefully this study will clarify. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So, all the fresh water that should be coming to Apalachicola Bay is going into St. Joe Bay.
Yes.
So where's the salt water coming from?
The salt water is coming from Apalachicola Bay. For example, the hydraulic or hydrological pressure of the water flow coming down the Apalachicola normally is what would keep the salt water pushed out in Apalachicola Bay. When that flow reduces to a certain level, it reduces that pressure enough that during certain parts of the tidal cycle, it allows salt water to go north up the Apalachicola River through around the Pinhook there and go up the Jackson River. That's not a natural state. The only reason that's happening is because the GIWW allowed the path for the water to escape to the west.
Okay. I think we're all supportive of what you guys are doing. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So we're saying that the fresh water is taking a left-hand turn and coming down the canal, and the salt water is going up Lake Wemico.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, understand, this is driven by what the river flow is,
Yes.
right? It's also driven by the tide, right? So when we have, say, the river's at flood stage, right?
Yeah.
There's a whole lot more water coming down then, okay? That's not the periods where you have most of the saltwater intrusion.
Right.
It's when the water, when the river level is low,
Yes.
like it has been for
Yes.
months previous.
Yes.
I took Audis and some of the members of the Water Management District on a boat ride, through the GCC and the ICW and through Lake Wemico.
Right.
During that trip, I stopped after I dropped you guys off in Apalachicola. I went back. I was going to take my boat back to Port St. Joe.
Yeah.
I stopped in the middle of the channel in Lake Wemico and tasted the water.
Yeah.
It was salty.
Wow. Okay.
That happening is destroying Lake Wemico. And what it does, it kills all the normal freshwater vegetation.
Yeah.
And in its place, you have the hydrilla is taking over. And because it's saltwater resistance, where the normal freshwater vegetation is not.
Right. Okay.
So that's just one of many aspects of this. The freshwater going into St. Joe Bay is having, one, it's transporting the sediment, which should go to the oyster beds, is now ending up in St. Joe Bay, and places where I used to go scuba diving when I was a teenager. It used to be hard, packed, white sand. Now it's nothing but muck. I could take my arm and push it into the bottom and not even hit the hard sand underneath. That's how deep the muck is in St. Joe Bay.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So you won't really know until the studies get done how you might address this issue.
Right. So now, I want to be clear that those waterways are under jurisdiction of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
They are.
The state of Florida doesn't control it.
Right.
Only the U.S. Army or the Corps of Engineers has control. we've already met with them in Mobile. They know what the problems are, right? They already know what the answer is going to be, but they have to go through the motions because the law says they have to do it.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why we're taking this next step, which is Section 22.
Yeah.
They know about the saltwater intrusion. They know about the river flow diversion. They know this already, but they have to get it officially in the record, and they have to follow the law, and the law says they have to do a Section 22 study.
Okay,
So,
fair enough.
Oh, I got one question. So help me understand this. So where's the salt water coming from that's getting to the Apalachicola?
it's coming from the Gulf.
So it's coming from the Gulf?
Yeah, yeah. So St. Joe Bay, we all know that the bay was closed for 5 years plus. Well, one of the reasons, perhaps not the only, but one of the major reasons that it closed is because, and you know that the state of Florida sued the state of Georgia to release more water down. Now, why do you think they did that? They did that because they know Apalachicola Bay needs that fresh water to maintain its oyster beds and the normal ecology here in Apalachicola Bay. Well, how ironic is it is we're suing the state of Florida when we're letting, 9 to 25% of the Apalachicola River flow leak out to the west. Right? We should be stopping that. But to answer your question, the saltwater intrusion that's happening in Apalachicola Bay is coming from the Gulf. Right? It's coming from the East and West Pass and also through the Bobside Sky. Okay, what normally back in the day when we had a large amount of water flow coming down the Apalachicola River, that hydrological pressure, there was enough fresh water flowing into the bay that it held the salt water out. Well, the lower the river flow you get in the Apalachicola River, the more salt water comes into the bay. And this is well documented. There are DEP studies that talk about all of that, how the saltwater intrusion is making predation on the oyster beds, with the oyster drills and all that. All this is well documented. The way that we try to address it is we try to retain as much of the fresh water and sediment into Apalachicola Bay as possible. That's the way we we address the problem.
So do we know how much water is coming, salt water is coming in?
As in gallons, I don't know if we have that kind of information, but we do have meters that show what the salinity is that's going into Lake Wimico. There was a meter that was installed right there at Box R, right there at the end of the road where it terminates into the Jackson River. There was a meter there, and there's analysis that we can get from the Water Management District that shows that salinity increases during the low water events that we've been talking about.
So, Commissioner Amerson, you've been involved in this conversation some.
Yes,
As the Corps looks at, and they are looking at, doing some stuff to bring back dredging on the river, is that gonna help this issue at all?
No, it's obviously gonna bring
More
water
water,
down,
yeah.
but it's not gonna, it's actually gonna hurt, not just Gulf County, but we also, and I'm not trying to jump into your presentation or anything, but we're also excluding Bay County in these conversations
Yeah.
because it goes right on to.
Yeah, it does. That's
Right on
exactly
that way, and
what
they're having major effects over there as well.
Yes.
We had bad red tide in St. Joe and in Bay County this last year. Bad red tide.
Wow.
Well, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, let me just, when I first came on, this board, threw me to the wolves, and I went to a group called ABSI. And, but anyway, that was the group, the Apalachicola Bay Systems Initiative, that was doing the studies and this and that. Well, Dr. May, who was the president at the time, and it came over and was asking for the CAB and ABSI to give, throw support.
Yeah.
They wasn't asking for money from that group, but they were asking for a verbal support. And obviously, me being a commissioner, Dr. May had then got with me, got to talking to me, and invited me over to St. Joe at the time, and I'm not sure exactly, oh goodness, I was so wet behind the ears. I'm still wet behind the ears, by the way, but I'm just saying there were so many alphabets and this group and that group, and but you guys know me well enough that I'm trying to get Michael's camera view right, but you know, I'm really good with faces. Names I'm awful with, so I'm sitting there and I'm listening to the hydrologist at that time, which was in 22, saying, oh no, that's wrong, the flows don't go that way, they don't go this way, they go this way, they don't go that way, and they do that, you know, they were back and forth, and I could, you know, I could see the, you know, the arguments from both ways. You know, it was just, you know, the science wasn't really mathing real well.
Yes.
Now, when Mr. Keith invited me over to go on this tour, we had two of those hydrologists, one in particular, and I'm just get on the boat. I already know the guy's face, and I knew what he had said 2 years ago, and then all of a sudden, it was complete opposite. And if you'll recall, you know, I kind of waited for my opportunity to kind of jump in there, and I said, you know, I was in a meeting 2 years ago that you were saying, and that's the first time I've ever heard any State Department or any scientist or anything since I've been here working with multiple biologists, every alphabet you can think of with the state over with the oyster, but that's the first time I've ever heard somebody say we were wrong. And I was like, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
So we got to going on the tour. We was looking at water levels, depths. We went into Lake Wimico, which I'm very familiar with. I mean, that may be in Gulf County, but there are a bunch of people on this end of the county that utilize Lake Wimico for a lot of activities. Me being one of them, and family. My father's honorary mayor. I've said that multiple times of Lake Wimico, but I will tell you this, that to help kind of put this more where most of us can understand this is the hydrology part of it is whenever we have an adequate flow coming down, what happens is when you come into Pinhook and come into, you know, make that turn to where the Jackson separates and goes toward Lake Wimico, and then everything else comes right down here. What happens when you've got a great flow of water coming down the river, that fresh water is doing this. A lot of it's going right up that intercoastal, and that's why they're having an adverse effect in Bay and Gulf County primarily. What happens when we have a year like we've had right now with this awful drought? Yes. And to answer your question, what happens is the hydrology of it is it's like, it works like a siphon. So whenever you've got real weak flows, it's still going towards the Jackson when it comes to that Pinhook, but it's got to contend with a south wind and a high tide that's pushing the salt water from the bay up into the river system, and it's taking that with it right on into Lake Wimico, you see. So that's why we're losing all these reeds, we're losing all that ecosystem up there that's not, by God's design, supposed to be salt, you know. You know, when the Lord created, or God created this, it worked kind of like you know, the water would go up in there when we had fresh water coming in, and then when we would have a typical drought season, all that fresh water would come back out of the lake into our bay, bringing all that nutrients and all that from the soil and the swamp area and all that stuff that makes the bay do its thing with oysters. Now, when they dug that, obviously, you know, it's that 100-year rule, whatever God made 100 years later, when we mess with it, we start seeing the repercussions of it. But you know, that's either here or there. That's the hydrology of it. I mean, and it amazed me in that conversation that, like I said before, you had, you know, scientists, and with all due respect, they do a wonderful job, but really you gotta, you know, that leading the horse to water, they gotta really stick their head down in there and get a good swig sometimes, and they have, and I was like, well, that's very interesting. I think we really need to get behind this, because if you take into consideration drought years like we've had here, we've got a bar. Now, I don't know, they're still trying to figure this out, but we've got a bar that was open in October, or open in January, February, that was
50% of our quota for the oysterman. That's not open, it's not opening in October, and we'll get into that later, I'm assuming, on Michael's report. But, because we got a mortality rate, a huge mortality rate over on East Hope. It's awful. Again, not saying it's due to high salinity. They're trying to figure that out, but we know that we're losing fresh water. I was up at the deal with the dredging in Chattahoochee. When you run into a year like we've had this year, like I was saying, due to the siphoning of that, you're taking that salt water, it's going right on into there. What little bit of fresh water did come down, it's going right on with it. We're not getting any of that. So anyway, I hope that kind of clarifies and helps everybody understand what's going on there. But it is a major issue that affects not just the recreational side of things with Lake Wemico and the Jackson River, but it also has a major effect on our bay. Now it's like Mr. Keith was saying, that's just one little small piece of a very big bad puzzle. I mean, there's a lot of factors when it comes to that bay, but I'm with you, and what he meant to say earlier was that we're going to sue the state of Georgia, not Florida, but we're going to sue the state of Georgia, but we're not going to sit here and try to at least look at what we've got going on in our backyard that's not helping. So,
actually, part of the it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decision went against the state of Florida. And one of the reasons given was that the state of Florida hasn't done enough to fix the problem itself. Now, I'm sure they probably weren't addressing this particular issue we're talking about, but it is ironic that there's some truth to that. We need to address this.
Now, we were talking during the break, and I knew this, but I would like for you to discuss that with us as well. But this was in front of the governor.
Yes, so Jason Schoaf, our representative, Florida representative, had put in an appropriation request, and it passed the House and the Senate. So if that unfortunately, on the 29th of June, Governor DeSantis vetoed our appropriation, and along with $1.6 billion of a whole bunch of other appropriations. If that appropriation, if he had signed that, then it would have paid for this study. That was the whole purpose. Now, the reason I'm in front of you today, asking for money, is because of that appropriation was vetoed.
And just to be clear, Mr. Chairman, I'm not, I don't mean to interrupt you, but once we get this, once you get your match for this, was it 22, the study?
The Section 22 study.
Section 22 study. This would then give the Corps I guess the legal platform or to say, okay, this is a problem, we got to move to a planning stage, and then that's whenever state legislators or Representative Schoaf them can go back and say, hey, look, this is a problem. Here's the justification for this. Let's fund it. I mean, that's going to be a much bigger,
absolutely,
bigger monster.
So then the next stage, after we identify officially at the federal level, these are the problems, then the next stage for the Corps is to determine what are the solutions to those problems. And that's what's called the Section 216 study. Now, it's going to cost more money. It's the estimate we've been given is that study will cost $3 million. Now, obviously, we're not coming to the counties for that, all right? That we're going to be going to the legislature, all right? But we're trying to prime the pump. The Section 22 primes the pump, and then then we have the evidence, right? It won't be an argument about if there's something wrong, right? They will have identified something is wrong, and then we take that in front of the legislature and get that through, hopefully, the next government.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, as
Yes.
long as you're done.
No,
I know you might not be able to give us a timeline on this because, again, you have to get the money. What happens if you don't receive the full 150? Obviously, the study doesn't get done. You guys have to go back to the drawing board. Hypothetically, if you do get the money, what's the timeline on getting these studies completed and for the Army Corps to recognize the studies and to fix the problem?
So the process has already started. The Corps is going to get their 50% of the cost share. They're going through the federal channels to get their money. Now, you ask, how long is that going to take? I asked the Corps specifically that question. They said, well, it's the federal government. They work at their own pace. It could be 2 weeks. It could be 12 months. But the problem for us is whenever they get it, we have to have our money available, because if some reason we don't come up with the total $150,000, the whole thing dies. And that's over 10 years of work we've been undergoing trying to get to this spot. The whole thing dies if we don't come up with this $150,000.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, with that being said, obviously, this is something that I feel Commissioner Amison feels it needs to be done. Now the question is where the money is going to come from and how much we're going to give. Yeah. So can we use TDC funds for this? And in addition to that, how much, I know Gulf County and Port St. Joe you mentioned is given, I think you said $15,000 each.
Yes, I just found that out yesterday. They both have committed to $50,000 each.
15 or 50?
50.
50, okay, I wrote that number down wrong.
Just, Commissioner Ward, that's what I've been kind of throwing around too. You've got us, Bay County, TDC of Bay County, but let's just call it Bay County, and then Mexico, the city of Mexico Beach.
Yes, and I'm supposed to present to them next Tuesday.
So you're $50,000 short right now at the moment. So if we get all three of us engaged and split that between 16, 17,000 apiece, roughly.
Yeah. I have no information to tell me how much they're going to give me yet. So that's an unknown at this point.
Well, what I was getting at is, as you go and have this discussion, if this board so wishes, you could go in and say, hey, look, Franklin County would be interested in doing a cost share with the remainder if everybody will get involved here. That would give you a better kind of leg to stand on.
Yes, sir.
And let them know that we do support this.
Yes, sir. And I would like to emphasize that we very much, Bay Savers, very much would like to have Franklin County be an integral part of this solution. I mean, politically, as far as going to the state for the next stage that comes down the line once we're complete with the Section 22, it's important for the legislature and the governor to understand that this is a worthwhile project by all of the governmental entities in this area.
So the other thing we need to make sure is, and I don't know because I don't have it memorized, I've read it a lot, is to make sure that we can, if the board's thinking that way, that we can actually utilize TDC funds to do this. I don't know that we can or can't, but I know we have to check that box. So, I mean, I know what you mentioned. I'm not trying to discredit what anybody else says, but we have to make sure that we can actually do that.
Sure, understand.
Yeah, Commissioners, I would like to mention as well, that Franklin County actually received a $150,000 legislative appropriation in the session this year. And ours was for a planning assistance to state project with some erosion issues with Bob Sykes Cut on St. George Island. And one thing that the county has run into is, although that $150,000 was made available from the legislature, unfortunately, with the current political environment and the war in Iran, that the Army Corps' funding was actually on hold on their side. So whereas we have our $150,000, now we are kind of in the queue, just kind of waiting for the Army Corps, because right now their funding was on hold. So that's been our experience with our planning assistance to states project. So right now we're just kind of on a holding pattern for our funding that was provided by the state legislature.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Mr. Braun, did you have something to add? No. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I seen you adjusted your microphone. I just need to make sure.
Thank you.
Not a problem. So, what do you guys want to do?
Well, we need to, Mr. Chairman, if we need to ensure to make sure, and I don't know how the other counties are coming up with the funds. Obviously, Aaron, we obviously don't have funds that we could come up with on our own without using TDC funds, right? So I think that we might need to check and ensure we can use TDC funds for this and then go from there, right?
Sounds good to me. I think the bigger thing is just to make sure that we're either committed to help fund summative or not. So, you know what I mean? And then we have to try to find out the way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm committed. I'm on a 5, but I feel like that if it's a study and it can help us in the future trying to figure out what's going on, then I'm all for it.
I'm committed to whatever level we can afford.
Yes.
You know, it's whatever we find out from TDC and all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
What I would like to see us do, is number one, verbally commit that,
Yes.
that this is an issue.
Yes.
And give us a little time to give with our fiscal manager, see where we can pull
Yes.
some money, potentially. That'll give you time to go and say, hey, look, Franklin County is in support of this. They're very much interested in possibly a cost share with other entities involved. And, that with the remainder that's left, and just approach it that way.
Yeah.
But definitely, put it out there that we do support this, you know, and give us a little time to find out how we can support it financially. But we need to make sure that the state does understand and what other entities that us as a county support this action, regardless of whether we fund it or not. We need to, I feel like we need to at least give them that at this point, and then try to figure out how we can come up with some money to potentially help them.
That's like one of the old adages, put your money where your mouth is. So that's what we need to do.
And that's where I'm at with it, you know, I'm in support of it and just trying to figure out the funding source.
Understood.
That's the way I feel too.
So if it pleases the board, let's do this approval that we do actually approve the concept, and we'll be discussing how we can do funding, by motion and vote.
I'll make that motion.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Amison, and a second by Commissioner Croom. We're completely in support of what you guys are doing. We'll be having a discussion to try to find out how we can fund any amount that we might can do. We don't know that dollar amount today, but we'll be discussing that.
Thank you. Thank
Any
you
other
very much.
discussion before we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right, Mr. Morone, oh, sorry. Okay.
This is an analysis that Base Savers has done about the flow diversion, and I also have a few newspaper articles and things
Okay.
that response to the issue.
Okay. Thank you.
That's fine. I'll make copies and I'll scan it and put it on the agenda also. So I'll get it, you can get it from one of the commissioners, whatever he has.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Let me get this to you too,
No, I don't.
Attorney.
Mr. Morone, we have, Mr. Way has got time sensitive for 11, correct?
Yeah, he said he'd be here around
Okay.
11.
Do you want to
so
try to handle some of your items?
We could.
And then we'll
and
come
I think-
back?
Yeah, Angela's standing by to show you guys the
Okay.
broadcast application.
Let's do that then.
And I'll let her share her screen and, get that
Okay.
going if she can at the
All right.
moment.
Go ahead, Ms. Angela.
And while she's doing that, so broadcast is an application, and I know it's been over a year, that, we were discussing Facebook at one time to find a way to notify the public when we have special meetings, when we have county events, anything that we could use to do that. Broadcast is that solution that basically, similar to when the Sheriff for Emergency Management puts out a notification, it will come to your email and your phone saying, hey, the county, as a reminder, the county is having a public hearing on XYZ at this date, at this time, at this location.
Okay.
It'll do that. It will also, commissioners, replace the current system we have for notifying contractors, owners of new projects that we have. Right now, it's more of a cumbersome way in which we do it. They sign up, I add them to a contact list, I gotta do that. No, but this, and so, and I don't want to jump ahead of Angela, but you'll, any person that signs up, she's going to do this from the public's point of view, is what she's going to show you, how simple it is to sign up. You can pick to be notified of all the 3 categories we have, or just one.
Okay.
You know, but that's the plan here, and I'll let her do what she does from here.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Angela.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So right here on the main page, I've got a notice put on here so that folks can go straight from the main page and click right in there, and then they have access to sign in and subscribe. Also, it is over here in the quick link section at the bottom under county notifications. I thought this would also be a good place to add the Alert Franklin in as well for emergency notifications. So I'm going to go ahead and click in here, and it's super simple. You're just going to go in and so then you just decide, you know, if you want it to be by email or text. In this case, I'm going to do text and put in my phone number and consent and subscribe. So either way you do it, if you do it by email or phone or both, you'll get the verification code, so you can't just go randomly sign people up that you don't have access to their phone or email. So you get the verification, and then you go in and you just choose exactly what notices you want to see, and you don't have to get anything that you're not interested in. So it's only going to notify you if you select to be notified. And it's that simple.
Sounds cool. Any questions, commissioners?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say thanks to whoever had a part, Angela, you and Michael and whoever else had a hand in doing this, because I've always been, and I've emphasized, anybody knows me, I've been on this board for 6 years or so. I've always been about transparency and keeping our community updated on all things Franklin County. So thanks. I did sign up for this yesterday, by the way. I went on there.
Really?
Yeah. When I got your agenda, I saw it. I'm like, I'm going to try this out. So haven't gotten any alerts yet. I guess there hasn't needed to be any go out, but I think this is fantastic.
Michael, what type of alerts? You said like special meetings and?
Yes, basically, if you guys think of something that you want me to add to the category. Hey, Angela, how can the public see what categories they're signed up for? Because
So after they go in and verify, it will ask them that in the next step.
Okay, yes. So right now we have special events, meetings, and like I said, any new bids and awards that we have out there. So if you guys think of another category that you want to add, just you let us know, we'll add that category, and just let the public know, and they can either, if they haven't signed up for all, they can pick which ones they want.
Okay.
So this will basically, like I said, we're gonna have a public hearing, this will send
Yes.
a notification, so we can't have those shady, sneaky public hearings that we always have.
Oh, come on.
How about
I'll
I
just, I mean,
how about I let the attorney?
well, I'm just saying, what we get accused of, so this will
Yeah.
give the public even more notice that we're having this public
Yes.
hearing, and it will detail what we're having a public hearing on, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and
That's,
I believe, Angela, stop me if I'm wrong, I believe when she sends out the notification, she can actually put a link, what we call a hot link, you know, when
Yes.
it's blue, to the actual agenda. So they get the text, they click the link, and then boom, it takes them right to the agenda.
That was going to be my next
Right.
question.
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
the only other thing I'd like to say is, Angela, change your phone number because it's public record now. So,
Well, that's a county phone, so yeah, we're good. Yeah, I've warned her about using her personal phone, so we're there, yeah.
All right. Any other questions or concerns, commissioners, about this application? All right.
All right, Mr. Chairman, you can stop me when Ethan walks in, and
Yeah,
I'll
I
just
will.
keep going. So I have items 2, 3, 4, 5, they're all action items that we could do as consent. And I know you're like, what, Christmas already? Yes, you better believe it. So Alligator Point, they're asking for permission for their Christmas golf cart parade. They're also asking, she sent me an email yesterday, she'd like to know if they need permission to put up some advertising signs like a week ahead of time. Let people know that the parade is on a certain day, the road will be closed, blah, blah, blah. I said, I'll just ask you guys as I asked for this. Item 3 is that item I called you guys about earlier about the SHIP exception for the temporary housing. The agenda has the actual wording for the exception which ARPC did for me, and I thank them very much. Item 4 is the speed limit change. I don't know if Commissioner Ward wants to mention a little bit more about that before we go to consent on that. And item 5 is a letter of support from Caravel. They're expanding their utilities, and I think it will, and Commissioner Sanders, you gotta help me here. The Lanark, well, I could say like others, the Lanark Southwest Sewer Improvement. I know, Commissioner. I watch the news a lot, so that's what happens, but yeah.
I'm doing it to aggravate you.
And that's my 4 action items that could be,
Okay.
with a consent.
Commissioners, do y'all want to pull any of these, or do you want to do them all on consent?
I'll pull Chairman 4.
4? All right. Anyone else? All right, so I'd entertain a motion for items 1, 2, 3, 5, and do we need to discuss some of those, Michael? 6 we have to discuss, right?
Yeah, 6 is discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, let's stop at
Okay.
5. So 2, 3, and 5, I believe.
1, 2, 3, and 5.
Well, yeah, one was Angela's
Oh, that's right.
demonstration,
Okay,
yes.
2, 3, and
2, 3,
5.
and 5.
All right.
So moved.
All right. Motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, let's talk about number 4, Mr. Rowe.
Commissioner Ward, did you want to?
Just so the community is aware, there's a lot of construction been going on. There's a red light there. People have been diverting, taking the side streets through East Point to try to divert that red light. So I got a call from an individual with people speeding down their road. Apparently there was no speed limit signs. I never really noticed it. I never really paid attention to it. So none of those side streets have speed limit signs posted. So when I called the sheriff about it, they can't enforce, I guess this individual called the sheriff's office, and the sheriff's office said, well, we can't enforce the law because there's no speed limit law. There's no speed limit sign. So how do we know if they're exceeding the speed limit? So it's been a long time coming, but throughout a couple meetings and talks, phone calls and things, we found out that Florida statute says you can put a minimum speed limit of 20 miles per hour. You don't have to have a study. I know that was brought up at a meeting recently. As long as you do it 20, anything less than 20 miles an hour, you have to get a speed study. FDOT, all these guidelines. So I was like, we'll just do 20, call it a day, because I feel like that it is important for them to be able to enforce the law, since people are going through those side streets and kind of exceeding at pretty fast speed. So I appreciate the board and helping me out with doing that. So that's what that's all about.
What is the current speed limit?
There isn't any.
There isn't any.
So
There's none. So like somebody would be going down the road and an individual would call the sheriff's office about it, and the sheriff's deputy would go out there to try to pull people over for speeding, but there's no speed limit sign posted. So who's to say, and I think Florida statute says in residentials it's 35 or something.
There's a presumptive, I think it's, I will review the statute.
Yeah,
But yes,
yeah.
there is a presumptive maximum speed limit in the residential area unless you go below it. So,
Yeah.
Right, that's what I was,
Yeah.
there's Florida statute that posts the
Yeah, that states.
maximum. I can't remember if it's 25 or 30, it's one of the two.
I don't think it's 20. I would review the
Residential.
statute, but there's a statutory presumption of the maximum in the residentially zoned areas. I think the issue is there's no signage, as we discussed earlier about the requirement for signage on the island for the parking. That's what I'm understanding the issue is. But if that's the sheriff's department's position, then that's their position. I mean, I don't know how else to address that. If the engineer says there's a study required, then I'll tip the hat to the engineer and we can agree to disagree. But, if the engineer's good with it, I'm good with it.
I think you're right, Commissioner Croom, is that it is a statute that states it's a minimum. I want to say 35, don't quote me on that, because I did review some of the statute, but again, there's residential and there's non-residential. But a lot of people may not know that statute, and so they're just flying through these roads, and the sheriff's office needs something to kind of help enforce it. So that's why this came about.
I guess my question, one question, I'm in support of, you know, the signage and stuff. So once this construction get finished, or is it gonna stay 20, or are we gonna put it back to?
There is no speed limit posted now. There never was.
We're establishing it now.
Okay, so we're gonna establish the speed limit?
Yes, 20 miles an hour. So to answer your question, me personally, no, I think I'm gonna keep the signs up there. Because I don't want the road, like the chairman says, the less signs the better, but
Yes.
we have to have some signs to establish the speed limit so that it can be enforced.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have the road department put the signs up, and I'm not gonna have them go out and take them back down. I just don't think I think that's a waste of time. I think they need to be established. They just never have posted any signs. If you've ever been down those streets, and I didn't notice it until after this came about, I was like, you're right, there's no signs anywhere, when you go down those streets. So that's kind of where this all stems from. I hope that answers your question.
Gotcha, okay.
So,
Mr. Chair, I had to go to Tallahassee a couple weeks ago, and as I was going, I was one of those that made that hard left, because I just thought about that little culvert thing. And why I did that, I was doing research for my job here, so I was looking. And you know, honestly, I joke around a lot, but I'm gonna tell y'all, this was in my mind, because it's been forever since I went and got my driver's license back in the 80s. But what I'm saying is I remember, and I don't know statute, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not in law enforcement, but I remember that whenever there is a road in a residential area that's not posted, you were supposed to drive, I thought myself it was 30 miles an hour. Now, like I said, that's been quite a while ago. So I don't understand if the sheriff's department catches somebody that's going 50 miles an hour in there, why they don't have a leg to stand on to enforce something. But that is what that is. But there is absolutely no reason to turn off a Highway 98, 319 to go to the fire escape.
it's fire escape
Escape
road.
road.
By me.
I'm trying to put this in, you know.
CC Land.
Yeah, CC Land Road, but there's not enough space in between there. This is the argument that I had about Prado, Brownsville out there. You're in a congested area. There is no reason to exceed a 25-mile-an-hour limit, period. So I'm in full support of it. But I still don't understand why, right now, without a sign, that if someone was driving an exceedingly fast rate in that residential area, that the sheriff's department couldn't have made, you know. But again, I'm just a commissioner, I'm not a law enforcement.
Well, that's kind of where I was getting at, because there's not signage everywhere, you know. I know when I used to enforce in the residential, it was 25. I'm sure the law has changed, probably 30, 35 now, but yes, I'm in support of that.
Okay.
A lot depends on, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, a lot depends on whether you have golf carts using it too.
Yes.
Because we had to, thank God we had the speed zones down Lanark, and they were already 15 and 20, so we didn't have to do anything about it. But Alligator Point, we had to change it. I just went to a place down south this past weekend, and them doggone golf carts go 60 and 70 miles an hour, I promise
For me,
they do, but
Not
they
for
have
me.
an extra road to each side for just the golf carts. But I hope we don't never get like that. That's an accident waiting to happen right there.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if no one else has any more questions, comments, or concerns, I'll make a motion to approve this request.
okay. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. It's been seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. So, Mr. Morone, we're gonna
We can
turn
pause, Yeah,
Yeah.
because my other stuff is discussion, so, and I saw,
Yeah.
Attorney Way is here and,
Yes. So we will go back to number 6 on your report when we come back, correct?
Okay, yes, sir.
Yes. So I will say before Attorney Way comes up, though, we do have several people that are wanting to publicly comment on this. And they've turned in speaker cards.
Okay.
I don't know who all's online, but Mr. Walk is here in the room. Mr. Robert?
Was there Mr. Powell too? Because he's
There's,
online.
there's Walk, Jansen, Bland, Castor, and Powell, yes.
Okay, Mr. Powell's there too, so we can go to him afterwards
Okay.
if somebody's in the room.
All right. Mr. Walk, we're gonna do the public comment, sir. It's your time to speak.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a shot clock, as Commissioner
That's
Amos used to
fine.
call it, so we'll try and figure out in 5 minutes the best we can for now.
That's fine. Yeah. You are Mr. Walk, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Public comments, your turn. Yeah, you're good.
I wanted to comment on the property at 1009 West Pine Street on St. George Island. The property's been condemned. Mr. Mayo was supposed to remove the derelict structures on his property. He removed part of it, or one of the houses. And apparently, I think Ms. Ward told me that he had run out of money and hasn't.
Mr. Meenerjack, I didn't say that. I think that was told to me by our code enforcement officer.
Okay, so hearsay is that he ran out of money and he is not taking down the rest of the structure. This has been going on for 8 years. It's an eyesore for my property. It's a detriment to the community. It's not safe. If a Cat 1 comes through, all the debris and that falling down structure is going to end up in my house. And I'm hoping that code enforcement will see to it that the rest of that property is taken care of in a proper way. Also, for the past 2 months, he's been living on the property in a tent. He has no bathroom and he has no running water. He has an old trailer that he put there that in 7 years, has never left the property to be waste disposed of or anything else. So that trailer is derelict and so is the rest of the property. And it's been condemned, so I'm here to try to get the ball rolling and get that finished up.
Okay.
And I know you have a code enforcement
That's fine.
thing coming up.
It's all good. I do want to ask you a question though. When you mentioned a trailer, you talking about like an RV trailer or a camper? Or are you talking about a mobile
It's,
home?
I don't know what, I'm not a trailer expert, I don't know. But 7 years ago, when I first complained about the property, and at the time he was using a porta potty, and so the health department went out and told him he couldn't be using that for a bathroom.
Right.
And that's when he brought in this, it's a travel trailer,
Okay.
let's put it that way. And for a short while, I guess he was staying in that, but, it's not allowed to be hooked up to the septic that he had installed, which isn't connected to the house at all. So, anyway, the whole thing has been an ongoing problem. And Mr. Bean knows the property too, as a realtor on the island, so. Anyway, I'm hoping we can get that resolved, and he had a demolition permit, but it ran out, so.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we'll be readdressing that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Did you say, Mr. Morone, that Mr. Powell is on the line?
Yes, sir, he
Okay.
is, let me. See if I can get him to unmute. Oh, he's unmuted, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Powell.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so most of you know me. I'm actually on here addressing the same exact issue that Mr. Walk just talked about. You've known about this issue for a very long time. I think the first meeting on this particular property that was brought towards the commission was last October. Last September, a letter was sent to Mr. Walk from the county telling him that he needed to do something about the property, that it wasn't going to be re-permitted to fix because it was beyond the point. And I understand there's been this code ordinance thing, but we're talking about a year later, and he did pull down like half of the structure. Since then, he removed the doors off the other structure, so it's actually worse now. So I mean, we're talking about a tropical storm. Like, it's going to be from the plantation to the state park. This thing is like barely holding on by a thread. And I understand you're going through this magistrate thing and stuff like that, but the time to act is now. Like, it's been a year since he got the letter, and the county has not enforced anything. Nothing. A year. And I know that all of you know about it. I've been to multiple meetings. I have sent untold amount of emails. I've talked to some of you commissioners directly. I've talked to the sheriff's department. I mean, it is just, it's time to act. It's not time to wait for a magistrate. It's not time. The county has admitted it's a problem. But yet here we are, a year later, same situation. We need action. We need not talk. We need not paperwork. We need action.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before you go further, what are we talking about? I mean, he's saying 1009 West Pine Street. What are we talking about? Because I don't know the situation.
It's some houses that are definitely in disrepair. None of the structures are safe. That's the
Okay.
bigger thing for us.
Okay.
Our issue
But
is.
you're aware of it, right?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
But you're aware of it, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So our issue is, we've been trying to stand up code enforcement and get this thing actually in place like it needs to be.
Yeah.
And so, yes, we can all recognize there's problems. It doesn't take, I'm not diminishing that at all. I'm not saying it's good.
Okay.
But we have to get to a way where we can actually address it, because we can't just do it how we want to do it and then let the chips fall where they may. You're talking about somebody's illegal property. So we didn't have mechanisms in place or steps to be able to take to address that. That's what we're trying to put together with code enforcement.
And that's why I interrupt you, and I hope you don't mind, because as a commissioner sitting here, and they're coming up here and saying this, if I'm not aware of it, I'm gonna tell you I'm not aware of it, and I need to know about it, because we all, 5 of us that's gonna be voting on this, right?
Well, Miss Sissy's.
Thank you, Mr.
Miss
Chairman.
Sissy took that on. It was already in place when we made the agreement and
Oh,
hired her.
okay.
So at the time when we
That clears it up.
first started having issues, we didn't even have a county staff person designated per se for code enforcement other than receiving the complaints.
That clears it up right
That
there
goes
when
back
you
to Ms.
said
Coleman.
that. Thank you, sir.
So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, would you ask anyone else, I'm sorry, I'm not able to, there's a long list of.
So they have phone numbers, Michael? 'Cause I can tell you the last 4 of the phone number.
There's only one phone number, that is 653-5115. Oh, Kathy Jensen, she just raised her hand.
Okay.
Okay,
Go ahead, Ms. Jensen. Ms. Jensen.
let me let her unmute. She would unmute, we'll be good to go. Ms. Jensen, if you would unmute, oh, there she
Yes,
is.
okay, here I am.
There she is.
I live next door to 682 Wilderness Road in East Point. This has been through the special magistrate with an order from March 6th to have the property abated. They were given 60 days. There really is no owner of this property, as the property owner passed in October of 2024. To the best of my knowledge, it is not in probate. As of May 6th, it's been in the hands of the county to clean up. And there has been a bid. It has been on the agenda for action through the committee in June. And I don't know where it stands. I know that despite the fact that it's been ongoing for a few years, there's no money to have it cleaned up, is my understanding. And I just want to know where it stands, that to make this a priority. It's not getting any better. The property is festering. Something bad is going to happen over there.
So, Ms. Jansen, if I can, I'll do my best to address that with what I do know. You are correct. It is currently on hold because this board actually discussed using ad valorem tax dollars to pay to have it removed and putting it as a lien on the property. But that would cause other issues. That's one of the reasons we have Attorney Way here this morning to discuss how we could go forward with issues like these and actually make it an assessment on their tax bill, that it's not coming from all the residents and tax dollars that are taken from everyone to try to abate a property. I will say that it also, when it first started, there were a different way we were trying to handle it, because I think when it actually first started, the gentleman that's deceased now actually was still living there when we first started dealing with them to try to get it cleaned up. So that's what I know of the situation where we're at. I assure you we're not just trying to fold our hands, but we have to get something in place. The board just was not comfortable, good, bad, or indifferent, with taking ad valorem tax dollars, putting it on a tax bill that we may or may not never see get paid. Because if the property doesn't change hands, there's no way to collect that money. So that was one of the aversions we had to that. I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I add to that? Just so people can get clarity. The reason why me, and I think some of the others, is that we didn't want to take ad valorem tax dollars and do an improvement on personal property and then turn around and not be able to recoup that. And, you know, I'll just give you a hypothetical. If we went in, did some improvements, and the property owner then started renting something out. And I mean, you just basically took taxpayers' dollars to do an improvement on a personal piece of property and that's where we got held up. But we can't sit here and improve people's property without having some way of recouping what the people's money paid for. Does that make, just so you know, Ms. Jackson?
Yeah, I understand. And I'm hopeful that with Attorney Way here today that, you know, that there can be something resolved. It's just frustrating because this whole code enforcement division type thing has been funded and everybody wants to act on it. And now that we're at the finish line, within a few budget years, there hasn't been anything, and you know, to look ahead that there may be a budget funding matter to get some of this stuff done.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Jensen. I'll also add, maybe it was just not knowing, but sometimes, well, every time, you never know what you don't know. So I think the assumption, at least for me, was when we first started talking about doing code enforcement, if there were any issues where residents did have to pay fines, because that's not what we're going after. We're going after compliance. Where residents did have to pay fines, that could be money that could be leveraged for things like we're talking about, and that's just simply not the way it works. That money doesn't go into a fund that we can just use however we want to for code enforcement. It has designated areas it has to go to, and there's nothing legally we can do about that. And I know, at least for me, I assumed that was going to be a possibility, and it definitely is not.
Right, right. I also wanted to thank Franklin County, because in my neighborhood, I have seen the outreach and support from our commissioner in helping, you know, our residents that are trying, that do need some assistance, and it's there and it's available, but unfortunately, not everyone takes advantage or uses what's provided.
Yes, ma'am. I couldn't have said that better myself. Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Michael, is Joe Bland, or Mr. Joe Bland, or Mr. Dennis Castor on the phone, or on the Zoom? One of them ends in 3092, the other one ends in 2223.
No, there are no numbers.
Those are the only other two I had. All right. Attorney White, the floor is yours, sir.
Caught him.
Sorry, well, I've been trying to get there the whole time. I wasn't trying to catch you off guard.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry I had to pop in, but a few moments ago I was taking depositions of sheriff's deputies, and I guess for right now I might kind of be representing the sheriff, but we have a lot of hats. So good morning. Cheryl, how are you? I guess there's a couple of things, at least on the code enforcement side, since the sheriff's office has gotten involved in some of these, for the people who did comment to the board earlier, we are aware of the situation with West Pine and with 682 Wilderness. The 682 Wilderness, working in reverse, is just that issue that's been for the board on the funding issue and recognizing the costs associated with remediating and affecting the special magistrate's order. 10019 West Pine Street has not actually gone through, has not gone through the code enforcement mechanism that's currently in place. However, I was read into the situation, and Mr. Mayo has sought some legal representation on the matter, and I've been in contact with that lawyer to see if there's a way that we can try to expedite what they need to do before it would become a code enforcement issue that we might address, which leads me to what I did want to talk about and sort of bring you up to speed on one of the things I do. In addition to all the stuff I do over here in Franklin County, in Gulf County, I serve as a special county attorney for Gulf County. I am their special magistrate for code enforcement. They do not use a code enforcement attorney, but I represent them in the context of what we bring Mr. Cole in here, I do next door. But we do things a lot differently over there. As you've probably all had an opportunity to review the ordinance that was passed, by way of history, I was brought on board as the special magistrate in September of 2020, and this particular ordinance became effective October 1st of 2020. And the ordinance does sort of essentially speak for itself. It is fairly broad. It does cover drug houses, it covers eyesores. It really has sort of 9 areas that the county commission in Gulf County thought were important to put into an ordinance. What makes it unique is one of the things I've heard before is that as part of the enforcement mechanism, the county, through this ordinance, by that I mean Gulf County, has the ability to place non-ad valorem taxes or assessments on the tax roll for the following year. And what that does is has a tremendous, at least in my opinion, having been the code enforcement special magistrate, that is the most attention-getting thing that you can do. So what essentially will happen is in Gulf, and again, these are just Gulf County, I'm just going with what I know, I'm not commenting on any of the other contiguous counties or other counties. But the process in Gulf County is the code enforcement department is in essentially the same individuals who are the building inspectors, right? Everybody, we all know this, everybody wears multiple hats. So by having the building department and code enforcement working synergistically, what we find is they are very well versed in what the codes are, what is dilapidated, what might not meet code, what might need to be red tagged, but also if a property is in danger of being subject to code enforcement, what would need to be done to remediate that, all right? Because what you don't want to do, at least in my perspective, is I don't want to tell a taxpayer or citizen that you have to go do something and then not at least provide them with the resources to how to fix it. So if you come, as the special magistrate, if the county comes to me and says, well, this house is X, Y, and Z bad. Well, I'm not an engineer. I don't get X, Y, and Z's bad. But what you can tell me is, can you fix X, Y, and Z? And how would you fix X, Y, and Z? And what does the homeowner or the property owner have to do to fix X, Y, and Z? And by having the code enforcement officers and the building department essentially all in one person, at the onset of enforcement, they're giving us the feedback on what needs to happen. If it can't be fixed, or the parties are non-participatory, what happens is if they are found to be in violation, then we do essentially a 30, 60, 90-day room to remediate. There are fines and there are costs associated, but the thing that gets everybody's attention is you have whatever number of days that I give them, which is 30 if generally if you're not participatory or if you don't have a good excuse. I do get I'm a little bit more of a softie, and I'll go to 90 or even longer on people who, have fixed incomes or retired or just don't have the capability to get it done. And then generally I just lean on the county to go do it anyway, the building department, or Public Works if it's cleaning up vegetation or overgrowth or things like that. I'll sometimes say, just go out and mow the lawn. I mean, come on, it's not rocket science. And they'll go do it. You're gonna mow the meat right away anyway, just go mow, just clean it up. But if they don't do what they're supposed to do, then it goes out for bid, the county gets the job done, and the next cycle, it is put on the special roll for non-ad valorem taxation, and that is the absolute attention getter, because then you have the mechanism to collect it through a tax certificate sale. And in my limited experience of doing this for the last 6 years, that has really dramatically led to what I think is a positive number of resolutions in Gulf County. I can say for the time that I've been doing it, I'm somewhat ashamed to admit it, that I haven't had a code enforcement. I probably am down to maybe 3 or 4 hearings every 6 months. And when we started out, we would probably have 7 or 8 cases on the docket every month, running from Weewah-Hitchcock. And we're talking about all kinds of things. We're talking about dilapidated buildings, unoccupied structures. We're talking about overgrowth. We're talking about really everything you can think of. I mean, I don't know if any of you have been up 71 lately, but when you were coming out of Weewah-Hitchcock heading north, there used to be some of the buildings on the side of the road. Those are all gone now. And so it's worked really well in practice in terms of getting everybody to understand that you can't just let the county pick it up and there's not going to be a repercussion for it. By putting it on the tax roll, we do somewhat solve the problem of ownership because it's tied to the parcel of property. And I'm not saying I want to make more work for a tax collector, but that's the tax collector's job, all right? They're identifying who's responsible, who the party is. They handle the tax certificate sale. It's out of the hands of the county. It works well in my experience because of that synergistic relationship between code enforcement and the building department, and also kind of how they run things a little bit. I think they might be a little bit more county administrator driven in terms of how that is run in that particular county. I just deal with it on the side of the code enforcement, and they deal on the side with the building department. Like I said, we've not had any problems. We have not seen any significant challenges to that mechanism. In the 6 years that I've been doing it, I've had a few lawyers show up. No one has had a contested hearing. Everybody has gotten on the program to remediate. Nobody had, and it is not out of the goodness of their heart, it's out of the tax certificate process. Because once you know that's coming, the motivation runs from how are we going to fix this after you clean it up? Because I agree with some of the comments that I've heard on some of the other issues related to the commission is, if the county were to expend the funds with no mechanism for collection other than possibly getting a lien and then trying to levy on said lien, that's not going to get anybody's real attention. In my experience, it's just not something that works. Non-ad valorem taxation, the tax man, in my limited experience on this planet, always wins. So that's how it's worked over in Gulf County, such as it is. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but in my observation doing it, it has worked pretty well. One observation I do have is, I'm not saying anything about any current magistrates, It also helps if you have everybody, we all in a small community understand, I think, some of the problems about everybody kind of knowing everybody and everybody wanting to try to not be, heavy-handed in how things are done. We are, at least when I'm doing it, we are generally flexible on trying to help property owners, and we're also, by having the special magistrate kind of look at things, I'll review probate records. If they can't figure out who's responsible for it, we're willing to work with individuals on that. We do continue matters a lot. I know it gets a little frustrating sometimes. People used to come because they wanted something done, and I would just tell them, like, I'm going to figure out who owns what. We're not going to be getting crazy on things. But the other difference is we would have set hearings every month. So it's not a circumstance where in some places where code enforcement's required to go out and set somebody, I set aside one Thursday every month at 1:30 p.m. to go over to Port St. Joe and do it, and then you can just continue to keep track of it. And it's more like a regular docket where I'll roll them a couple of times, and if I need to send them out to go fix something or bring somebody back, we do it. And like I said, it's worked pretty well. I'm kind of putting myself out of business a little bit over there because I don't get paid by the case as much anymore. So that's kind of a downer, but hey, I'm not over there a lot, and I'll go get lunch at the Brick Wall. But I can't pay for lunch for my family if I take them, but just poor things that happen to us sad little lawyers. So that's essentially all I can offer on that. I'm willing to answer any questions. As for the Pine Street, we're aware of that. I know the commission's also looked into that.
Mr. Chairman, I've got
Yes.
a couple questions. Mr. Way, Attorney Way, thank you for being here, by the way, today. One of the questions I have is there a way, say hypothetically we magistrate rules, person doesn't comply, can the county go back and sue that property owner, or if, say, for example, like with 682 Wilderness, the property owner is deceased, their heirs or whoever gets the property, is there a way that the county can sue them for the the money to get the money back?
Under this ordinance? Under this ordinance, if the magistrate's order went out under this ordinance, we don't even have to worry about suing them. We put it on the tax roll.
So this is pretty tight. This is pretty.
Not to be overflip about it, but the county in Gulf doesn't care who pays, and the tax certificate will be issued, and it will go in its due course. Now, one of the things that's different in Gulf County, it's a little different over here, and this may be why the sheriff is involved, is in Gulf County, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, their sheriff does not do the sort of the drug house public-private nuisance cases that Sheriff Smith does. Sheriff Smith is very aggressive in his use of the private nuisance statute. I think we're actually one of the first sheriff's offices that got, I don't know if you're familiar with the Judy Chambers property that was over in East Point. We were one of the first counties that was able to get one of those ordinances through, get that remediated. That went to a tax sale, and for the county actually was able to recoup its money through that sale process, so it didn't cost the sheriff anything, didn't cost taxpayers anything through the sheriff's budget for that. That's a slightly different mechanism. The sheriff's really well equipped to do that because of the tie-in with the criminal side and with the circuit court. But as it relates specifically to how we get paid in Gulf County on this, it's through the tax threat process. And as far as I know, it's actually only gone to tax sale maybe once or twice because of the time, as you're aware, from when you assess to when it's due. They'll come in, and the county also will negotiate out liens. I've seen some of them where individuals will come in and they'll have a story, and I have amended the costs retroactively 6 months, 9 months, a year, year and a half. Again, working with everybody. No one wants to be, in a position where you can't kind of deal with it, but having that tax certificate sale as a threat has been very effective, in my opinion.
I'm sure I got an additional question.
Yeah.
So, and I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with how tax sales go off at the courthouse with auctioning and things like that, but let's say, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical. So say hypothetically, for example, I'm just gonna throw 1009 out there. Say, for example, we adopt an ordinance, hypothetical, to move forward with putting it on the tax deed. This individual does not pay his property tax. So it goes to set for sale at auction at the courthouse, correct?
Correct.
So any individual, maybe a neighbor, can come in and bid on that and win the bid, but that individual that purchases the tax deed has to pay off that, if we do put a lien on it, so to speak, or the tax, that individual purchasing the property has to pay that, correct?
Roughly, yes. There are rankings of where these liens go. So, for example, a sheriff's lien or a lien placed by a governmental entity, and I'm not the expert on this, has a precedence and survives the general extinction of other liens that may exist. So general liens, perhaps related to something else, may not survive, but the governmental related ones do. Typically, there's also, you might have, like, you have lingering mortgages, you might have USDA loans, you might have tax liens. And so some of the property you're going to figure out there's nothing that anybody's ever going to get. But in terms of us actually, in Gulf County, in my experience, I think we might have actually only had to go to the tax sale option, I think maybe one time. Someone will buy the property, a family member will redeem it. I find that they pay a lot more attention to the information that's sent from the tax collector than they do from the information that's sent from the code enforcement office when they get it.
Okay. I think that's all I have right now.
So I know that, thank you, Ethan, first for your,
no problem.
turning away for your presentation here today. I do know that we've currently been working on a code enforcement ordinance with Attorney David Theriak. And we're, still actively working on that to try to change what we currently have on the books to maybe address some issues that, like you mentioned, the 9 things that Gulf County said this is what they want to deal with. We're working through our 9 things to see how many they're actually going to be. What I would like to know is if you're able to provide from what you guys have in the way that the ordinance is handled as far as this assessment, what kind of steps would we be looking at as a local form of government to be able to add the ability to do non-ad valorem assessments?
So a lot of it is that when Gulf County transitioned into this ordinance model, and the idea of the non-ad valorem taxation assessment has been around a while. It's floating around in the statute. I think Bay County does something similar. Gulf County was dealing with the remnants of Hurricane Michael from 2018.
Yep.
And because of the nature of the non-resident ownership of a lot of property that was damaged, the property that you run across on subsequent storms or prior storms, I don't want to say they weren't getting anybody's attention, but they weren't really getting anybody's attention. They publicly went through the ordinance adoption method through the summer of 2020 and started to get everybody lined up that this was coming in October of 2020. What they also did was they abated any code enforcement cases until after the effective date of the new ordinance and then went in and started over. Where it works well, as I've observed in my experience, is the building department and the code enforcement work for the county, and they have very close relationship with the solid waste, very close relationship with the building department. A lot of anything when you're going to remediate property is you got to take it off and dump it. Who's going to handle all of that? Who's going to handle mowing, cleaning up the debris? Who's going to handle a lot of these other things? The county offices all are capable of doing all of that themselves. And they all work, in that capacity where the building inspector also has a code enforcement hat. It makes it particularly easy for example, for me as the special magistrate, that if I have a question, I only have one point of contact that goes into that building, and they have to be able to answer all of the questions, whether it's who's going to handle the haul off and dump, who's going to handle the because some of these things require engineering. Some of these things require people to go in and, for example, if you wanted to tear a dilapidated building down or something that's on pilings or something that's on concrete, you can't just send somebody down there and say, okay, how much is that going to cost? You're going to have to either have an engineering report or you're going to have the ability in-house, and by that is, I mean, as a county employee, to take it down yourself. That's one of the things that I find particularly easy to deal with in terms of the Gulf County ordinance is they know exactly what they can do. They can get it done. It's already they don't have any extra budget issues on it. It's only if they have to go out and bid a job for something, say after 30, 60, 90 days, they already have that lined up. But the vast majority of what we're dealing with on code enforcement, the county's handling in-house at, as best I can tell, no additional taxpayer burden, and no issue. It also makes it a little bit easier because they can be a lot more responsive because the person going out and red tagging is also, the building inspector is also a code enforcement guy, so when they're giving you the red tag, they're also telling you what the next step in this adventure is going to be, which is we're going to get the code enforcement process on you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
I do.
Yes.
A couple of things. So the problem with, the difference, I believe, and I'll verify with Gulf County and Franklin County, is that the county administrator is also the billing official.
Correct.
That's not the case here. And I'm not sure, but I'm not sure if Gulf County their billing department is fee-based. Ours is. So with a fee-based building department, you are restricted by Florida statute that you could only deal with building department stuff, staff. Your expenses will have to be. So if you're going to try and even consider that, then it's going to be kind of what we talked about with Bill Williams the other day. He's going to have to keep a log as to when he's doing building department stuff, when he's doing code enforcement, and then in that case, you're going to have to find money to pay him separately for when he does code enforcement. So that's part of that consideration. So Attorney Way, so that means that if we follow this route, we could no longer use the sheriff to do just the simple code enforcement like what they're doing now, and then bump it up to whatever other process we have, or how would we have to get engineer's report or whatever? How would that work? Do you know?
Well, as a practical matter, the addition of the sheriff's office creates some of these budget issues and some of these skill enforcement type problems. The sheriff's office is good on the private nuisance side of things in terms of what is being found related to drug nuisance issues where the law enforcement officers work well on that. On some of these other things, they don't work so well at it, and they're also constrained by the time commitments to be in other places at other times for the emergencies that they may run into. I mean, for example, several of our deputies and officers are involved in the manhunt for the double murder suspect in Wakulla County. That's pulling resources away that we need to have as the sheriff's office, in addition, as a lawyer for the sheriff's office. One of the things that we would have a concern with. But it helps if and again, I don't know necessarily on how the budget works, but if the code enforcement officer has that building department, building experience background, they are better at identifying what problems can be solved, how the taxpayer and the citizens can handle it, who's available to address the matter, and what resources the county might be able to provide in terms of solid waste disposal or engineering and other things. I think code enforcement handled in-house by a county is probably a better way of doing it all the way around, just for ease of use and for having a funnel. And it could be, do you have a part-time code enforcement officer? I don't know what. I can tell you, and I think there in Gulf County, there's really just one go-to person for code enforcement now, with a half person floating around watching them, but they only bring one in now.
Yeah.
And it's going to be like anything else in the universe. At this point, if you have a lot of properties that need remediation, that might require 3 or 4 code enforcement officers. I'm making that up. Yeah. But then in a year it might be 2, and then a year it might be 1. So like I said, I mean, we have hearings scheduled every month, and we didn't have any hearings this month. I don't think we have any hearings next month. So whatever is happening at that code enforcement / building department level, it's getting it all taken care of before I ever see it.
So I do know that currently do have money in our budget that we're considering for next year for code enforcement. It's not that it's not funded at all. I think that I want to make sure and clarify, the thing that we were having issues with is the money we were going to use to draw from to actually remediate properties if we needed to. That's the bigger reason we wanted you here today, to make sure how that would all work, to do it as a non-ad valorem assessment.
Well, and so that gets back almost to the building department idea of who knows, when you have someone going out and looking at a problem, if they have some background as a building inspector, they have some other professional background, and let's say, for example, you go look at abandoned property on X Street, right? How much does this person who's looking at it, either from a building department or code enforcement option, do they have an experience level to be able to look at that and say, if I have to tear that down, it's going to cost $50,000, right? Now, I work for the county, and I'm thinking, that's a lot of money coming out of the county budget. Now, how else could we handle that? Well, we could handle it if you went to them and said, you know what, to get this up and running, it might only cost the homeowner $5,000, because this is what it's going to take to bring it up to code. That's what we see a lot of. We see a lot of them not going to the end, but working prospectively up front. The difficulty in a traditional code enforcement model, when you have, for example, right now, the sheriff's office, by the time it gets to the sheriff's office, and then to me, on behalf of the sheriff as the code enforcement guy, those decisions have already gone past. Now it's just, we have to bid out and have it cleaned up. We, as the sheriff's office, didn't know how much it was going to cost before we went running down that rabbit trail, right? And that makes us poor fiscal stewards of the county taxpayers' money, because, you know, everything else in the universe, you know how much the plane ticket to Miami is going to cost? You know, the only thing you don't really know how much this is going to cost at the end is when you're dealing with doctors and lawyers, and we do that on purpose. Yes. But if you knew going into it that, hey, we're only going to be able to we've only really got maybe $5,000 or $6,000 allocated that we can address property X. Now, as you remediate more and more property, that opens up more and more funds available for the larger projects that, for example, if you have to tear down a house, you know, things like that, when you're hauling off concrete and tip fees and all the rest of that. But if you have it set up where the person who's working for it, who works for the county, is in a department who understands the math, then I think you're in a little bit better position, because they know you don't go out there and run up this huge bill on something. And I'm really cognizant of that on, for example, coastal property, right? So if I'm dealing with something and it's on Cape Sandblast, and it's basically what I kind of think about as like the cheap demo. Like, property owner wants me to tear their house down so that they now have a cleaned and scraped lot that they can then sell, right? Okay. No. That's not what we're here for. So we're going to work around every possible option to make sure that the county is not paying for you to get a windfall. And that thought goes into everything that's being done. All right? Now, I look at that as kind of the spirit of the law. But as the special magistrate in Gulf County, I am employed by the county commission. I am not a quasi-independent officer. I'm not a judge. I represent the county. I work for the county. Everybody knows I work for the county. And if you appeal out of this ordinance, you go to the Board of County Commissioners. Again, not a particularly smart guy, but if I work for the county and then you appeal what I said and you go to the people I work for, let's just say you get 1 or 2, but you can't count to 3. It works. The modeling works. But it's thinking about what you're doing at the beginning versus where I see some of this is you're thinking about it now at the end. For example, if you're dealing with a special magistrate's code enforcement order now and nobody thought about how much this adventure was going to cost at the beginning, well, how do you budget for that? So now you got to tear down a house. Now you got to remove a trailer. Now you have to spend $50,000 on something. We saw that price tag up front. Now, we have an obligation to do it, but you also have an obligation to spend the money for the other things that the county needs. Yeah. And It's just that, I think, recognition, and that's why, in terms of, Mr. Marone, in terms of some of the concerns about how the county and the building department work, I understand there may be restrictions, but if you can get that tucked in with the people who have that subject matter expertise with the property and with the county, you're gonna see in my opinion, you'll see much better presentation to the code enforcement guy. The other thing is, I do think the strict statutory code enforcement model that we're currently following, it does put some restrictions on kind of how we do some things. I think this ordinance kind of cleans it up a little bit and makes the magistrate's orders a little bit tighter. We're probably a little bit we're able to constrict them in a way that I think gets a little bit more attention.
Good deal. Anyone else have any questions for Attorney White?
You know what this does, though,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman? Gives us another viewpoint
Oh, it
on
does.
it than what we've been looking at, because the ordinance that Gulf County ordinance has right here, it's very cut and dry. It hadn't got, what I did see where your grass can't grow over 8 inches high and all, but ours had every little thing in it, and I don't know. I'm just,
There are many different ways, Ms. Sanders, here, statutorily and procedurally to deal with these things.
yeah.
I only offer an observation from something, in a similar, likewise county with a similar demographic and also property in terms of having the beaches, having 2 small towns, and some of the other things that we do. It requires just a different, it does require a different approach, I think, perhaps maybe from county administration. Gulf County is the way Mr. Hammond runs things is perhaps a little bit different historically than maybe some other places. And so that's some of it, but more importantly, it's, I think, with the code enforcement and with the building inspectors. I will tell you from a magistrate's perspective, having that one point of contact who every time they're asked a question, they know everything about a piece of property. And so if I'm just walking through and I'm saying, hey, whatever happened to X Drive on Cape Sandblast, they know it's done, it's taken care of, and they're not, I'm not chasing 5 or 6 different people to get to something. It's, and that seems to be very effective. And it also does give the ability when it's, I'm not trying to take work away from my other boss, the sheriff, but when it's run through the county department, it does, I've seen experience where it gives individual commissioners the ability to be a lot more involved in their district with certain issues that may come up. They can go straight to one department and then they find out what's happening, and then by the time it gets to me, it's already been, okay, well, how's this gonna go? Because it helps when you tell a property owner what exactly everything's gonna be and how it's going to go. I think one of the concerns right now is that it's somewhat herky-jerky as to who's doing what to whom.
Yep.
And the statute's got some difficulties. I did the hearing last month with the magistrate on the property on Highway 98, and the magistrate was, I think he feels constrained by the current statute, notwithstanding some other issues that we had with it. But if it was put together in a way where the presentation also predicts the ending, it helps us when we ask for relief. So when the county comes and they say, this is what needs to happen, they kind of know what the cost is going to be. And that helps me, so I'm not taking a taxpayer who might be on a fixed income or might be retired or might be financially impaired to be able to say, look, we need to fix this because best guess is this is a $5,000 or $20,000 fix. How can we help you get to this point? In Gulf County, that's one of the things we've also done with Ms. Smith. Sometimes there's money available for Department of Health grants and other things. And if there's a grant available, we'll certainly give everybody all the opportunity to get that money from some other source. But at the end of the day, what we're trying not to do is put the burden back on the taxpayer and putting it on the property in a way that we've seen to be effective in collecting.
Sounds good.
Real quick.
Yes.
I'll make it very, the non-ad valorem assessment. So basically, and I'm just gonna throw some numbers out there, say we get a bid in $15,000 to fix this or to clean it up, whatnot. Their property tax is $500. So now, when it rolls around, tax season or time to pay the property tax, that individual doesn't go and pay the $15,000 $500 that's owed on it. Somebody else in the public comes in, buys that tax or certificate, and they pay for it then, correct? The county would recoup their money, and then what's the time frame on that, Madam Clerk? Do you know? Is it 2-3 years? If it hadn't been justified, it's 2, yeah. And then that's whenever whoever bought that certificate, that becomes their property, correct?
It would go through that process. It historically has not.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
that's where this goes.
It
That way we have.
It would run, you would fall behind the county already on it, because at that point, the county's already owed a chunk for its taxes anyway. It just increases the tax bill and then the tax certificate process.
And I understand, I'm just trying to say this that way.
Yes, sir. It would be
Everybody that's listening, and possibly commissioners that don't really understand how that process works, we all are on the same sheet of music, where we may go from this point, potentially.
Right, you would go, as far as I understand it, you would go to the same boat you're in when you're trying to collect on the failure to pay, and then, and some of it, I think, also goes on how often the tax collector, I think they have some discretion on how often they do the sale process and how aggressive that process is. I don't honestly know how our tax collector does, how she does it now. I think a while back we weren't doing them as many as you can do them, but it goes, and that process is actually very well regimented and very well set up. I mean, Madam Clerk can speak to that. I mean, that goes through and it's got a checklist, and they have people dedicated to doing that, and it sorts itself out pretty quick. And then they know where to distribute the money and how, in what order it goes and how it's ranked.
So point of clarity, if hypothetically we use that route, the tax roll, the way, I guess the assurance of the county is getting its, or recovering its money back would be the route that Commissioner Amison just spoke of, through the tax roll, correct?
Yes, sir, through the tax certificate tax deed process. The same way it would be getting its taxes that it wasn't collecting through direct payment through the tax collector. It just increases their tax bill.
Gotcha.
But and again, and that's a very good question, Commissioner Kern, because again, this goes back to this idea of how a county synergistically looks at addressing code enforcement, which is if the people who you delegate to be involved in code enforcement also have a mind of what can we as a taxpayer absorb as burden on this, don't go tear down a $350,000 house. All right, let's think this one through a little bit, because that might make that particular lot particularly unattractive. Now, if you know it's going to sell and everybody's going to get their money back in 2 years, maybe, but that's a big hole to blow in the budget. So some of it's just the idea of what is effective and what does it take to get it addressed ahead of time. In the stick carrot model, when it gets to code enforcement, there's not much carrot, but the tax threat works as a very effective stick. I don't think and the other thing is as commissioners, it's something like this model, what we've seen is it does give you an opportunity to come back and help them out a little bit later. The ones that I get about every year is I'll get because you can negotiate out your levy, right? That's the other thing, is if, let's say, for example, you put $50,000 on a piece of property and the property owner sort of comes to their senses, and for whatever reason the county believed it was appropriate to accept $20,000 or whatever the case may be, we've seen adjustments to that we've been able to work through and kind of make it so it's a little less kind of shocking to the system. But all of it's, again, just watching and understanding the ebb and flow of what kind of properties we're dealing with. Same thing, do you have out-of-town owners? Do you have deceased owners? Do you have probate matters? Do you have multiple owners where you can't get them on board? You know, you might have 5 or 6 siblings that inherited a piece of property and one sibling wants to clean it up, the other 5 don't want to pay. If you go in, and that's part of what I do as a special magistrate, is I look at how many names are on the docket, and then it's like, oh, you got 6. Okay, which one of you yahoos is here for these 6? Are you all on the same sheet of music? And then just make sure that before we do anything, we've thought it out, because I just don't want to create another problem for having one sibling, and you run into it. Son might be living on the property, mom lives, 6 states away, doesn't know what the son's doing. And then if it turns into a criminal thing, we just private nuisance them out and deal with it that way.
So in your professional opinion, if we do the tax certificate route, is the ratio of compliance higher? Have you seen?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's what I was, yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it's like Darth Vader kind of scary, but it's got that element to it.
That's what I was.
Yeah, you can hear the music. Now, the way it has to, in my experience, the way it works is it's like anything else. What Gulf County did was that lead up was publicized, it was well discussed, the ordinance was floating around out there. They dropped it on October 1, 2020, and then probably for about, I want to say 6 or 7 months. The other thing that really agitated people was pulling garbage cans in. That ordinance will get a lot more attention than this one actually will. But on this, once it started going and it went through where we were doing hearings, it was, like I said, we're 6 years into it, and we have very little that's going. And even the ones that are going are, quite frankly, they're kind of probably older people who are maybe living in, they just don't have the finances to get the yard done, and I'm not taking your house for that. So that's just do we have a guy who can mow the lawn, or do we have a jail work crew? Just send somebody up, clean this lady's property up. The ones that we had problems with were a lot of those dilapidated buildings that were post-Michael. We got those cleaned up. Some of the problem properties that were on Cape San Blas, we got those cleaned up. We were gonna take that Chateau Nemours, that building that was in, when you were going in, we're gonna do them. So they moved it.
They moved it.
Yeah, I mean, and part of it gets out in the community is that once the code enforcement starts working its way around, some of the, I don't want to say usual suspects, but maybe some of the property owners that have been kind of thinking nothing bad's going to happen, they're going to start seeing that 2, 3, 4 lead up, like, wait a second, sooner or later they're going to get to me. And Chateau Nemours was kind of a perfect example of that was definitely a nuisance. That was an eyesore. Everybody knew it. But what can you do with it? Well, you give it to him and he moves it. Problem solved. It does have a tendency, I think, in my experience, at least with Gulf County, it would probably be something that might be the county. But everybody's got, you got to look at what your needs and what your ability is, and what, more importantly, I would think, how your code enforcement office is run internally. I just think it runs better if it runs within the county, in my professional opinion, than farmed out to guys with guns and squad cars, because it's just not what they're trained to do. I can't tell you how much it costs to tear a building down. I have no earthly idea.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you for your time,
Okay,
sir.
all right. Y'all have a good day. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rowe, let's take a short recess, then we'll come back. Franklin County Commission is back in session. Mr. Morone, well, let's go back to your report and continue, I believe, item 6.
Yep, page 8.
What's the next one?
That's right, Commissioners, page 8. The FAC conference that's upcoming here in next month, September. It creates a conflict, scheduling conflict with your September 16th meeting. So I'm not quite sure, I haven't talked to Angela as to who all is attending that conference. Oh, whoever raised hands.
I'm
So,
attending.
two raised hands. So we need to then, does the board want to move it to the 23rd? Or how do we want to handle this?
I think it'd be easier to move it to that Wednesday if it's available.
If
You know what I
everybody,
mean?
Yeah.
The
everybody else
23rd.
is.
Wednesdays are my days off, so.
Well, I knew that, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've already told us that before. I think it'd be easier to do than it would be to try to move it to that Tuesday. That would make her have to rearrange her whole schedule. But I think that Wednesday, because it is a month, we have 5 Wednesdays,
It
right?
is.
Well, just
Yeah.
so the board's aware, Mr. Chairman, sorry, that Tuesday is budget anyway, our budget
Okay.
hearing,
Okay.
one of them, our last one,
That's right, the 22nd.
yeah.
Yes.
So I know that I'm going to the conference, so, I
Yes.
think, I'm fine with the 23rd if
Yeah,
everybody else is.
I'm good with it.
The only thing I have there is a partnership, but I have a co-chair
Okay.
that
Do
can
that,
do that until I
okay.
get there, so.
Yeah, okay. What time does that normally start, Commissioner?
1 o'clock.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, by the time, if we run 1:30,
Yes.
something, I can get over there at 2.
Okay.
So I'm not worried about that.
Okay,
I'm good on the 23rd, and we out at 3.
okay.
I sure hope so.
He's
You
here
never
for
know.
the duration.
Right, Ross?
He's gonna be doing it by himself.
All right, so we need to do this by motion and vote or just direction?
I prefer motion.
Okay.
I make a motion that we change our meeting from the 16th of August to, or
September.
September, is it September?
Yes.
16th of September to September 23rd.
Yes.
That will be our second regular meeting in the month of September.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanders to approve.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Crew. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's unanimous. Go
All
ahead,
right,
Mike.
Commissioners, item 7, talking about code enforcement, we need to schedule a workshop for the draft ordinance that we have. I kind of want to look at your calendars. I will tell you, based on Attorney Schuler's report that I saw afterwards, you may not want to use August 19th. You might be scheduling something else on the afternoon of August 19th.
Okay,
So it would be the September 2nd or the 23rd, at which you just scheduled your meeting. What day would you like to have a public workshop where you can hear from the Sheriff's Department as they're currently doing your code enforcement, and then from the public on this draft ordinance that we have?
Mr. Chair, may I
Yes.
ask you, or ask this commission, is there any way we could set that workshop up in an afternoon environment? That way
Yeah.
it will allow.
Like a 5
Yes,
o'clock?
that's what I was gonna say, in the evening, 'cause
5
it's a,
o'clock
5 o'clock.
situation?
Good.
No, that
Yeah.
works fine for me.
Fine with that.
Now, I just heard
Not
Commissioner
23rd
Crew
for
said
me.
not on the 23rd because he has a 3 o'clock. So are we talking about September 2nd?
Second's fine with me if it's
At
fine with
5?
the rest of the commissioners.
fine with me.
yeah.
Or if we could.
Oh, no, we may be dead out of
Could
it.
we do we could do that Tuesday prior, couldn't we? Do we have enough time?
The prior to what, the 23rd?
Well, I'm just, no, the second, because I know some have church.
So that'd be the
that
first?
evening. Yeah, that would
Okay.
be the first,
I'm
September 1st.
actually off on the first Tuesday, 'cause, I'm working that Saturday, so I'm off that Tuesday, the
The
first.
first?
We're gonna do it on that.
Okay, we can
Okay.
do
I
it.
just know a lot of people have church obligations
What
on
about-
Wednesday
That's
evenings.
true.
Oh, they do. What
And
about,
I want, like with this right here, I'd like to try to allow the public to have as much
Say.
yes,
say and time to do this.
All right, so
So-
September 1st.
Is that okay with you, Commissioner Crew?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm putting,
Commissioner
thank you.
Sanders, you good with the first?
It's all right with me.
She's
Okay.
retired.
September 1st at 5 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay, and we also need to do that by motion and vote?
And that's,
All right,
you said, Mr. Chairman, just to
I'll go with
clarify,
whatever the majority is.
workshop for code enforcement ordinance at 5 PM here on Tuesday, September 1st. I'll
Yes.
make that motion.
all right, so we have a motion to approve,
Second.
by Commissioner Ward. It's been seconded by Commissioner Crew. Any discussion, Commissioners?
You might want to move the room.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Might want to move to the other room?
Yeah, I'll have to move to the other room. You just
Yeah.
added 5 years to my life, but yeah.
All right. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioner, item 8. Chairman Goodwin from Okaloosa County. I know hopefully you guys have read that letter attached to the agenda about this, a penny to save our county homes and a zero homestead millage initiative. I, like most of you, probably read yesterday that a Leon County judge said, you guys wanted to keep it, you better rewrite that. So I don't know where that's
So
headed,
the
but
attorney,
anyway.
yeah, the Attorney General's rewriting it.
Yeah, so I don't know, do you guys willing to support this?
Well, so this is, let me make sure everybody knows what we're talking about. So this is something that Okaloosa County has come up with, that is something they're wanting to have a legislative discussion with the state. So, and two things they're trying to address. Number one is the ability to actually do something that is effective and can help take away homestead exemption. Or exemption, or give a complete exemption of homesteaded properties. Let me say it the right way. It would not be something that would be a definite, but the reason it's a conversation with the state legislatively is like right now there's 3.5 cents total available to ask the voters to approve for tax, but we're only eligible for a certain amount of that. We can't ask for the whole 3.5 cents. And there's not a mechanism in place, even if we wanted to ask the voters to vote on a situation like this, to use sales tax in place of homestead ad valorem taxes. We don't have that ability because it's not in state law. So that's where this discussion's coming in. It's just a way to try to address the same thing that the legislators are going to have on the ballot in November, is what it is. But I want to make sure everybody understood what we're talking about. You know what I mean?
So do you guys want me to respond to them and say we support? Please let us know when you're having these discussions. How do we want to proceed?
Yeah.
Reach
So
out
up to the board, how do y'all feel about it?
to Chairman Goodwin.
What they're trying to do is get all the counties to agree together to legislatively approach it with the legislature is what they're trying to do.
Or do you want me to hold off until the Attorney General rewrites the language and see where that goes before we reach out to Okaloosa County? Up to the board.
Well, they're going to rewrite that. I mean,
So we
that's
might as
just
well
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to rewrite that. And the voters still have to vote in November. This is just trying to address the same issue in
Okay.
another way in case that doesn't happen.
So just respond and say, yes, Franklin County's interested, and just let us know when you're having these discussions.
Yeah,
we're
so
part of it.
they laid out in their email that I forwarded to you, a lot of information that's not included in what we have. So maybe in the meantime, if the board's good with it, if we're gonna be part of that discussion at all, we really need to get all their information so we can actually see what how they're trying to address it. This is the narrative, this is the summary, this is not all the meat and potatoes.
Okay.
So,
And I think Trey, if I'm not mistaken, Trey Goodwin, his daddy was the commissioner from over there.
could be, could be.
Yep,
But yeah, it's,
years ago.
So I'm gonna add this to my next report to see if you guys have read up more, and let me know which way we wanna go with this.
it's fine, it's fine.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, you can take the Head Start. That's item number 9, the whole Head Start update. That was a lot of fun.
So, we've had several meetings now with Capital Area Community Action Agency about the Head Start program in Franklin County. This is not early Head Start. This is the 3 to 5 year olds. And just from a series of things that just happened the way they happened, there's not going to be any Head Start for that age group in Franklin County this year. We are trying to find a way to get that restored in years to come. But as of right now, we had and it's just the facts, I want to make sure everybody's aware. We had a change in administration for that group. They have had, continued to have a struggle since COVID to be able to retain people that are certified to actually teach this age group. It's not just a daycare where everybody working there has to be certified to a certain extent by the state. So there are other factors going on. That, and they did apply for and received a grant that included us. So that's the conversation I was having on all of our behalves. Like, look, we were included in the number, but we're being left out. But they got approval this year to transfer the number of kids that they were thinking they were going to have here, to transfer those vouchers to Leon County, to another county, to make sure they weren't running afoul of the grant and not meeting needs of kids. In other words, they didn't want to cut it back from, I think it's 90 total, back to 70, and then get slapped on the hand for not having those spots filled. So we tried to work with them, given the time and where it's at. It just was hard to do for this school year. On your behalf, and I'm just telling you, when I attended their last board meeting, my push very hard was that Franklin County School District needs to make a space available for them, because it appeared from the discussions they were having, they were thankful for the area they had, but it really actually wasn't adequate for what they were trying to do. They need a place with playground access. They need some other things. So we were just trying to make a spot available versus them going away. And I tried to make sure they understood that. So if at any time or any way that space was inadequate, it's what we had to provide. But I did, as your chairman, because the superintendent from our school district is part of their board and he was on the line, I said, this is really an education issue. And I don't know any reason why, with all the buildings we have, that space can't be made available for Head Start in Franklin County. We're asking a group from other areas to prioritize our county when we don't seem like we're prioritizing our county. So anyway, I wasn't trying to come off wrong, but I was trying to find a way to make this happen. It's just not going to happen for the school year.
And Mr. Chair, with that, from knowing some things, I think one of the other issues, the numbers were not there for
No,
our
I don't
county.
think they were.
So, and I don't think it was being forthcoming.
Oh, yeah, it probably was.
On that end.
Yeah.
From what I know.
Yeah.
So another thing is, I was told that the nest we weren't selected to be funded for the nest this year.
Right.
So that's gonna be a hard hit for our
That
county.
is gonna be a hit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
another hard hit.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of kids go there after school, you know,
Yeah.
but,
They do.
yeah.
On that note, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
about the nest, I had some discussion, not with the staff there, but, like the bank, they do a lot of, I forgot what they call it, where they have to go and put in a certain amount of hours with nonprofits, and it has to meet a certain criteria. I know the
Yeah.
bank's trying to scramble to find areas like Bluntstown, anywhere they can go and get these hours done, but, in that discussion, I was told that they are appealing that, they're in the appeal process of it, but, it's not looking.
Is that a 21st century grant again? Is that the same? Or it's a new grant?
And it may be.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't wanna
Whatever it
speak,
is.
on that until I can verify that, but again, I got told this late yesterday afternoon, so I hadn't had a chance to reach out to Ms. Howes or any one of them.
Okay.
Cause I know we've always jumped in there and helped where we could.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna be a big hit. You know, that's what I was telling some folks, cause my son goes there, my 10-year-old, and really the reason I put him over there was just to get the numbers up. Luckily I'm in a position I can just make him sit in the office for a couple hours or whatever, but a lot of it, when I pull in there, I told people this, I said, you know, you'd be amazed at how many people get out to get their kid that have a Franklin County Solid Waste, a Franklin County Road Department. You know, it's a lot of our folks. It's not just anybody. You know, that it's a big covers a broad web. You know, and it's a great program. I hate the fact that they're just getting outscored, really, with their grant writing. And a lot of that, I think we've talked about this, a lot of that goes back to these bigger areas, got a little more money, and they got a lot of AI programs that's doing this grant writing. From what I was told, they scored a 96. So I'm just amazed to see what the other people scored. I mean, you know, it still, to me, seems like a very high number, but yeah, I think it'll be felt throughout the community, not just everywhere, from your average, you know, regular citizens plus people that work for the county. It's just going to be a hard hit all the way around.
Well, one of the other things before we leave this, one of the other things they communicated during their board meeting was, and again, I don't think they were trying to throw off on the county what we have done to try to help, or the county commission to try to help them. But what they expressed was pretty much since they had moved away from being around the school office or the school district, the numbers have been going down. That's been a continual, I don't know if it was the shift from East Point to Appalachia. I don't know what it was, but there was an issue there, and it has caused the numbers to go down. So, but the biggest issue I think they said in that meeting, the reason why they did what they did for this year were two things: to make sure they filled the slots, and they didn't have somebody that was still, some people that had left before during COVID and other things said that they would come back, and then now they've changed their mind, they don't want to come back. So they've gotten other jobs. So it's, you know, having staff for that and knowing they have it covered, and guys, all this runs on relationships. So Mr. Tim Center was there for a long time, he's no longer there. So the people he knew, the people that are new there don't know. I mean, that's just a fact of life. That's not throwing off on anybody. That's just the way it is. So, you know, it's been a challenge. I just want to make sure y'all understood. We've had, Michael, what, at least 2 or 3 meetings? Between their board meetings that we've tried to find some way to help solve it. It's just past where we are. I wanted to make sure the board was aware of that.
Okay.
All right, we're back to you, sir.
All right, item number 10, well, starting this morning at 10 o'clock was FWC's commission meeting over in Panama City. And
They
again,
did that on purpose, sorry.
it was oyster. There, on the agenda was an item about a report on the first season of wild oyster harvest for Appalachia. I just want to bring that to your attention, and I guess we can call Mr. Creamer if there's any questions that you guys may have after the meeting.
We just need to know what's in that study.
Yeah, we did copy of that prepresentation.
We
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, because I'm gonna go ahead and bring up what I've heard, and Otis can answer to me or whoever. Some of the oystermen are concerned because they've been told there weren't gonna be but 19 bags allowed from October to February, so. They're kinda concerned. I said 19 bags, you had 31 for 2 months before. Now you got 5 and it's 19 bags. So before I say anything or do anything or lobby against or for something, I wanna see what the facts are.
Mr. Chairman, have we heard anything? I know that these meetings are set in advance. I was joking about they did it on purpose thing, but I know we had discussed having a meeting here in Franklin County. Have they reached out to you or anybody about that?
No, ma'am, but I'll ask.
Okay.
I said something about a month ago, spoke to an individual, and I said, well, y'all gonna have it in Appalachia? You're gonna have the meeting in Appalachia? No, the governor told us to have it in Panama City. I said, okay.
Well, while you're discussing with them, please send a reminder to Chairman Rodney Barreto that looked us in the eyes and said they were going to have a meeting in Apalachicola, that we're still waiting for it.
Yeah,
Okay.
because he said that.
And every time I ask staff, they tell me, I said, the governor ain't told you to have it in Panama City. Oh, yes, he has. I said, okay.
Goodness.
Let them keep on clocking it down. It'll be October's meeting, it'll be here, or December's.
I don't know. I never went to it's one of those trust and verify things. I never verified. I just trust what I've been told is those meetings are scheduled out a year ahead of time. I don't know about, that would be something that you might want to ask.
No,
But-
the staff members said, they were gonna have it somewhere else, but the governors intervened and said, have it in Panama City. That's what they told me.
And again, I don't know
So
what's on
kinda-
the overall agenda with it.
Yeah.
You know, what's on there for us is just an updated presentation. There's no regulations being made. Now, to answer, I guess that was kind of I don't know if it was a question or what, but as far as the quota for October, they did present to us, and what we've had is and I alluded to it earlier, is we've had a high mortality rate. There was 4 bars opened in January, and the problem is, the reason why that quota is about 50%, well, it's not quite, it's 40-something% less than what it was in January, is because the particular bar that's got this mortality rate was the one bar that gave us the most bags that was gonna be able to be caught. And there is a major issue going on over there. Now, I've had this discussion during our intermission just a while ago, but I'll kind of just rehash what I told an individual in the audience. The only one out there, so y'all can guess who I talked to. But the thing about that is that, and they took, FWRIs going in there looking at the, dissecting it to figure out what's causing it, this and that. A lot of the questions we as a partnership is like, well, can y'all do a water quality check? Let's start looking at the environment. I don't, I'm not a scientist, so I don't really understand why we want to go do an autopsy. We just need to see what the environment is. There's been some, and I'll go ahead and tell you because it's been brought up, but about the SGI stormwater runoff project. But like I told them, I said, the calendar's not matching up. We were seeing that mortality before they ever started doing anything over there. There's been some things about the drought and the heat and oxygen levels. I mean, we really don't know why. But to answer your question, instead of having 4 bars, we're down to 3 bars. So that and
What at
the
East
saddest part, yes, East Hole. And the saddest part with that right there is that East Hole, if you'll go back and look at the quotas that was allotted in January, 40-something% of those quotas was coming from East Hole. So when they took that off, it knocked it from 31 down to 19. And that's a big hit. But there is an issue going on over there. We're just waiting to hear back from everybody the alphabet group to figure out what we got going on. So as soon as I find out something, obviously I'll pass that information along.
Yeah.
But-
Because, and I go on what we've been told in the past, and we were told in the past that they were gonna have those 4 bars, and none of the bars that was restored was gonna be used back in January and February. And that those places that was restored was gonna be the ones that they open in October. Now, this is another staff member's statement. So I'm just waiting to see, you talk to one staff member, they say something, you talk to another staff member, they say something. So I'm just waiting, just to see what the report is.
But on if you're referring to that bigger material they put out, like the 77 acres they put that bigger material, anytime they put material out, just like this project they just put out when they used Timmy Butler, they gotta wait and I don't personally agree with this, but it is what it is. They have to wait 2 years before they're gonna allow that bar to be harvested. Now, if you go back, and I even went back and went down a real big rabbit hole with the 85, 86 thing, I was always, in my mind, in a year we were back, but actually it was 18 months was when they, so you're kind of in a gray area there, 1 year, 2 years, but as soon as not October of 26, but October of 27, those bars, that big 77 acres is going to come into play there. So you should see a bigger quota. Problem I'm kind of worried about is it going to be workable? with that bigger material. So-
Well, yeah, and if you remember, Otis, they said that, the commission said that they said, give us 2 seasons and let us, because there was some more stuff that needed to be worked out on the other part of it. Give us 2 seasons and we'll come back and reevaluate the thing. So I guess sometime next year will be.
Well, they've done a reevaluation already, and that's why I'm saying, the bars that they're opening back up, they had an opening, they got on there, they worked the bars, and they're still meeting that 400 bag threshold, so that tells you that the bars are sustaining what commercial pressure they allow.
But East Hole couldn't.
East Hole has got a mortality issue that wouldn't do to harvesting.
No.
Actually, the harvesters is the ones that caught it, because you had 2 individuals in that meeting, and I, you know, believe me, I trust what they say when they deck up and it just pure stunk with rotten oysters. They brought that up to FWC. FWC at the time, you know, they said, well, we'll have to look into that. Again, that's where, you know, no, it's not going on, then they come back and say, oh, yeah, it is.
That's
You know,
what I'm saying, yeah.
But it's a lot easier, I will say this, and I don't understand why, like, and we can talk about it real quick, but, why they don't use tone to do this. They wanna go dive it. And, I mean, there's no, visibility in our bay is minimal. They're diving and they're working in they'll throw a square down and they do a sample within that square where when you tongue it and get it up there, you can look, just throw it right back in the water. It's not like you're taking it away. But FSU cannot get a permit from FWC to go out and tone sites now. They won't allow that anymore.
Wonder why?
And I don't understand that. I mean,
Don't make no sense.
I mean, you know, they'll give them a permit to go out and do sampling, but they won't allow them to tone. When tonging's the best way to get the data up. That diving, I mean, I understand. You go to school, you get a biology degree. It's cool to be out there in a wetsuit and jump overboard and be a scientist. But at the end of the day, get an old fella out there with a set of sticks and pull it up. and look at
Common
it.
sense, that's what we've always said, just plain old common sense. These people have oystered all their life. And this is why it made me kind of, and I'm gonna just tell you my concern real quick and then we can move on, after we get through with this. But, my thing is, you get a bunch of product out there that people, I mean, you got the product, I got the product, y'all did. Anybody who ate the oysters got the product. And here they was like this. And now they're saying, well, that's not all over the bay. Everybody I talked to, it was all over the bay. I mean,
There's oysters scattered out, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, they've got a 400 bag per acre threshold. That's the threshold they have to meet. You know, it may be an acre's a pretty big area, so you might hit it over there and it just be thick, and then you move over
the middle.
push over some ways, it's not there. So
Yeah.
overall, it's not meeting the threshold they want to meet. Now that's coming from people that have been out there, that's coming from FSU, that's coming from all of them. That's not just one group
Yeah.
saying this. You've got stakeholders that's out there doing some of that sample, and they can verify it. Now, there's some issues, you know, because a lot of the areas that they're checking with that, they're going off of old data, or not old data, but, you know, when they did some of those pilot sites, they didn't put the material in the right place. So now they're
Still
going,
in the right
yeah, they
place.
missed a spot, so to speak, and they lost it, but they're still basing that off of, you know, as though it was completely done, so it's not meeting. I mean, it's just, there's just been a lot of back and forth, a lot of wrong things. I will say this, positive stuff going forward. The little project that we had this year, has been going great. Again, they used a local contractor this time. And, you know, that's one of the big things we were really pushing for, because everybody that works for that local contractor has worked on that bay at one point in time, and they know exactly where it needs to be at. And the big thing is, when they wake up tomorrow, they gotta face the community. Outside contractors, they come in, do what they do, and they leave. They don't have to worry about getting a phone call or drinking coffee and getting dirty looks at the coffee shop or any of that stuff. We've got, when I say we, Franklin County will be getting, around 25 million this next year. Now, we had a 2.4, I think it wound up being a $3.1 million project that Coastline did on this past restoration. Next year, not saying that they'll get it again, I hope they do, but they're gonna have a lot bigger budget to work with. They're gonna have 25 plus acres. I know in our discussion at the partnership, and I'm not gonna say me, but we've all collectively discussed this, you know, because FWC is looking for recommendations on where we need to start, you know, doing with this. And I brought it up. I said, you know, we've had kind of commercial blinders on for a while. We need to, since we've got a bigger slice of that pie, we need to spread this out. We need to go into some of the tidal reefs that are not submerged and do some restoration there, because that way your recreational oystermen can go out and pick up oysters potentially down the road. You know, we need to kind of spread it out to where we're just not focused strictly on replenishing a traditional commercial bar. You know what I mean? Because if we keep doing that, throw everything into that basket, then you're going to lose support from a bigger area that we need to kind of have them on our team too in the overall picture. The coon bars, where they did the relay, they need to look at going back and reestablishing those, possibly with some bigger material, because they for some reason they just want to use big material. We'll put the big material up there, because you're not going. That's not a consumption bar. You won't be able to eat those oysters, but that does provide a lot of spat and stuff to come back into the bay. So, I mean, there's a lot of things. We got a lot bigger pot. I think we need to kind of spread the love out now. The lion's share should go to the commercial, the traditionally commercial bars, but we need to be looking at doing some stuff with that too, to accommodate your recreational, you know, and things. And I know that's something that I, as a commissioner, have had plenty of discussion with. It wasn't about so much the oystermen that do it for a livelihood, but I've had a lot of people, when are we going to be able to go out and hog up some oyster?
Yeah.
You know, well, whenever we can get some material on those bars and they meet the threshold. Because all the recreational bags is subtidal reefs, which means you got to have tongs, and that's why a lot of those bags didn't get filled this year. It's because, I mean, let's face it, not everybody's going to run out there and buy a set of tongs to go catch one bag of oysters.
No, and I always like to walk out there and get my own.
And that's where I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping, that with this next round of funding, by it being such a bigger amount of money, that we can concentrate on putting some of that into those tidal reefs where, you know, people can eventually in 2 years go out there and start hogging up oysters. So anyway, that's.
So I'll just, sorry, Commissioner Amison, in the discussion they're having with you guys at the partnership, have there been anyone address or attempt to address, because, I mean, we're all trying to put our best foot forward. It's kind of, sometimes it becomes a trust issue though, when you know things are wrong and they don't address them. So has there been any conversation from FWC or with FWC about correcting the mistakes they have? There's still places in between, from the $2 bridge going back to the east, that people are running over rocks and stuff because they're out of the water.
Talking about that bigger material.
I mean, it's a 77-acre area that they did total. I mean, somebody's got to drag a chain or something. You got to be able to find it.
Well,
but they're not addressing. So they're
is,
saying
though,
that their numbers are off. I'm sorry.
No.
They're saying that their numbers are off because it wasn't all in the right spot. But you're not going back and trying to put it in the right spot. I mean, what?
No, the numbers are right with that particular project. The problem with that particular project is it's bigger material and it's not at the height that it should have been.
It was way too high.
Yeah, exactly. Now, what I was alluding to earlier was some of those earlier sites where they went out and put material in the mud and it disappeared, went away.
Well, that's they had people that didn't know where they were at.
Exactly.
They were just.
But getting back to that particular, that 77-acre pilot study, the FWC actually, that's theirs. They own that one. the problem with that site is that it's too high. I know that, Mr. Resco at the time was talking about, you're only talking about a tabletop. And that was our argument. Yeah, that's what's, the tabletop's exposed, but it's 100 yards to get to that, and it's, you know, ankle deep. You just, it ain't out of the water.
Right.
But the problem there, and this is just me, I hadn't been told this, but you've got oysters growing on there now. They're not gonna go in there and disturb that and potentially kill oysters that are there. Now, in a perfect world, if this material is workable, then the oysterman will start taking care of that as it progresses and work that bar out.
Well, not if that's area they can't get on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna depend on if or not they can tongue and work that area, because they'll start getting in there.
Yeah.
You know, instead of working at the top of the bar, they'll work from the outside the bar in, over time, you know. I mean, the problem with that was the material was too big. The original ask for the material was way too big. They come in with that 4 to 6,
Yes.
but what they didn't realize is that once those oysters started growing, they kind of fused all that together now.
Yes.
So it's you know.
Let's not discuss their intention with that, but, because I don't know that. But I guess the thing that's really just disheartening and hard to convince the residents that live here, when you start trying to have a discussion about and keep it all in positive momentum, because we got the Bay Open, it is positive momentum. It's hard to get people to believe what's being said when they won't address the navigation hazards they created. And at the end of the day, it's a navigation hazard in the bay. I get that there's stuff attached to it. Go take it with a big claw or dredge or something and set it somewhere, but don't just leave it stacked up. That's not working for anybody. You know, that's my only thing with that.
But I will tell you though, just on a positive note with it, you know, this material that they just went out with is the concrete.
Yeah.
Now everybody is talking about how the concrete's the best material. That's, I mean, I'm taking those little wins because it's eventually, you know, we can talk about that 77 acres.
Yes.
Till we're blue in the face, but that's 77 acres in a bigger picture of 10,000 acres.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and God forbid, I don't take this the wrong way, I hope the public does, but I'd be willing to sacrifice that 77 acres in my mind to prove the fact that that material is the wrong size material and the wrong material whenever we have a cheaper.
Oh, that's gonna come up
better.
eventually.
Yeah. And
That's gonna come up.
I mean, honestly, I think that they realized that that bigger material was just not the answer, and that's why we didn't really have to fight real hard to get this smaller material made out of concrete that's been deployed. So, I mean, you know.
Well, I'm glad you were able to do that, but I can tell you, when I first started having this discussion, I was on the ABSI board before you ever got elected. When another commissioner that had wanted to get off of it, I was on it for a little while and attending those 7-hour meetings. But when I first started mentioning concrete, man, that did not go well. Let me just put it that way. So to know they actually use concrete, I'm very happy with that, because when I first brought it up, I had gotten information from some people that live here and actually work in Louisiana. And they sent me videos, pictures, all kind of different stuff of some of the areas they use out there to restore out there. And it was all golf ball to baseball size concrete. You know what I mean? Just pieces of concrete. And that's what they've been using. And we know we don't have that issue with Louisiana oysters, because, I mean, they actually received all the stuff from the oil spill, everything from the oil to the, you know, the dispersant and everything else. But they're producing oysters and we still don't have them. So, you know, I'm glad of that.
I will tell you though, on the concrete, you know, that went out in like the final pilot or phase when they put that out. And actually, the ABSI had kind of dissolved before they'd actually got them test results. Because if you can remember, I was asking Ms. Sandra about the concrete. Well, you know, I'm having discussion on people that are actually going out there pulling it, looking at the concrete. And they're like, man, it's banging.
Yeah.
But it kind of fit in that gray area of, well, we don't know, we're not really ABSI anymore. But I'm glad we're in that direction. Really, that's kind of why I took that opportunity when we were up there at the FWC Commission to bring up the concrete.
Yes.
because, you know, hit them where it hurts in front of the camera. And that's the way that works, so.
All right, anything else about this FWC
Thank you.
discussion?
God bless you. Yep.
Mr. Rowan, I think we're back to you.
Yep, and all I have is a couple more informational items, a couple projects going on in Commissioner Sanders' district, DOT projects, and I had all the information attached to the agenda for those. And I believe, is that it?
We're doing ribbon cutting at 2 o'clock.
Don't forget 2 o'clock, your 2 o'clock ribbon cutting. We are just about on schedule. Well, 1
Yes.
o'clock now, so yeah. And Mason laughs at me. And
Oh, wait, I haven't started. I'm gonna talk slow.
so you're anti-Alan Pierce, so what you're trying to do. And I'll see you guys here for your next regular meeting, a couple of weeks.
All right. Anyone have anything for Mr. Morone before we transition to Attorney Schuler's report? So, Michael, I do have something. I've had some residents talk to me about it, and I do think I want you to have a discussion with them at Dewberry. If we need to do that, they'll be able to tell you. Since we've gotten the stormwater project on the island pretty much complete and done a lot of the road paving, we need to look at addressing some of those areas in the business district and making them 4-way stops instead of just 2-way stops.
Any specifically, you just want
Well,
Josh?
there's a couple off the top of my head. The one that I've received the most complaints at is their catty corner between Mango Mike's and the Beach Pit and the Captain's Corner, that area. A lot of people, and I get it, they're trying to get around other stuff, but they're taking a right and they're going, down that road, and there's not a stop sign there. And
How
so
about,
it's kind of like what she's talking about. There might not even be a speed limit sign in that area.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? They're kind of going as fast as they want to go, and the other sides are stopped.
how about I set up like an afternoon meeting, you, me, and Josh would just ride around and
That's
basically
fine.
take notes?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Yeah, I can make myself available pretty much any day after 3:30.
Okay. We won't tell Mason when we're gonna be over there.
It's all good. But I mean, it does need to be addressed, and all the other things have been done. All the other things have been done, so we need to address it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I got one
Yes.
thing. The fact policy submission window will close September 2nd, so I guess if we are submitting anything, probably discuss it within the next 2 meetings.
Okay,
So, that was it.
cool. That's a good deal. All right. Anything else? Michael, you good?
Yeah, a little tired, but I'm good.
I understand. Attorney Schuler? We're up to you.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Item number 1 on my initial report, which does have the 3-item supplement that was filed yesterday. Action item number 1 is board discussion and approval of the newspaper advertisement for the referendum as I have submitted it or as it is amended by the board. Florida statute section chapter 100 requires that the notice of the referendum be published in the newspaper in the 5th and 3rd week prior to the week of the general election on November the 3rd. And so I have prepared that advertisement for your consideration today. So unless the board has any amendments to that, I'm requesting board authorization and approval of the form and content of the advertisement and permission to advertise.
Okay. Any questions, or what's the pleasure of the board?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to bring something up real quick. I know there's been some social media posts about the cost and the increase. This is increased. Of course, this is completely up to the voters of our county. It's not up to us as a board, and I think a lot of people were confused with that. We're not making this decision. This is gonna be your decision if you want it or not. But I saw where, some people were saying, well, if this gets increased, we're gonna have to increase our prices. Okay, well, that's with everything. Our nation is increased in grocery prices because of inflation. Everything's inflated. But I did some math. So I threw this out there. $3,800 a week house to rent, that somebody pays $3,800, this is basically 2 more cents on the dollar. So if you do the math, from 3 to 5%, it's only gonna increase by about $80 on a $3,800 a week rental. So I know a lot of people that $80 might be a lot of money, but to some people, $80, if you're paying for $3,800 a week to rent the house, what's another $80? You know, I'm trying to, you know, when all this was coming out, I was trying to think of math about it, thinking, all right, well, let's put it into perspective here. Let's try to educate the public and put it just flat out math-wise and present it that way, and to let people understand. Maybe they'll understand a little bit better that way. So that's why I brought that up. I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay. Sounds good. Anyone else? All right. So, all in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioners, action item number 2 is the resolution for the change in the building department fee structure that you discussed at your last meeting with the building official. I have, through multiple emails and phone calls with the building official, arrived at a final draft. When I called the building official yesterday to confirm that he had received and reviewed and approved the final draft, he said no, and I thought, well, that's curious, and then I figured out, well, I'm responsible for him not doing that, because I thought I had emailed him my report with request, and, hey, Steve, I forgot. So I sent it to him yesterday, he looked at it, he sent back, thumbs up, it's great, so I can report to the board, the building official has seen the final draft and approved it, as it's presented to you here this morning.
Okay.
So unless you have any questions for me in the building official, I think it's in final form and ready for board approval.
All right.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second from Commissioner Amison. Any discussion, Commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
Okay, action item number 3 is on the same subject matter that was discussed in action item number 1, which is the TDT ordinance, the notice of the public hearing on the board consideration of adopting that ordinance, and the business impact estimate. If the board has, you've already seen the TDT ordinance before, I believe maybe the last meeting, but this is your final opportunity if the board has any corrections or additions or changes before the ad hits the newspaper tomorrow to make any changes to the draft ordinance. I recommend that the legal form and content of the ordinance is legally sufficient, but it is board discretion if y'all have any changes, particularly to the form of the ballot question summary and then the referendum question, but y'all have seen it before and there's been no changes, but this is the last opportunity. Yeah. Because the notice hits the newspaper tomorrow, so I would have to make any such changes today. The business impact estimate I drafted, this is the first time you've seen it. So if you have any corrections to that, I also need to have that input from the board today. And I'll say, just state again, because the ad hits the paper, I have to have everything in final form. But my recommendation is that all of those documents, the TDT ordinance and the business impact estimate, are legally sufficient, in my opinion, but it is board discretion if you have any amendments.
So we still have to have a public hearing for this to be on the ballot? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. The way this works, just like every other TDT that you've sent to the ballot, you adopt the ordinance. The ordinance expressly provides that it is only effective if the people vote in favor in November.
Yes.
So if November comes around and the public approves the referendum, then the ordinance becomes effective and the collections will begin on January 1st of 2027.
Yep.
If the public referendum fails, then the ordinance is not effective. As the commission has pointed out, it's up to the people.
Okay.
And the business impact estimate is just another statutory hoop we have to jump through, starting a couple of years ago. We were required to do that by the legislature. So it's just checking off another box in the process.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners? Or what's the pleasure of the
Having
board?
none, then I'll move on to item number 4.
Do we need to vote on that?
I'm sorry?
Do we need to vote on that?
No, you'll be
Okay.
voting at the public hearing, Commissioner. I'll just, if
Okay.
y'all have any
Okay.
changes or direction to me,
It just said board action, that's why I was asking.
oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. And then the item number 4 is volunteer fire department contracts. I have attached a copy of the executed contract with St. James Lanark Village because that is the only one that we have. My recollection is that the board had indicated that you wanted to have contract with all of the VFDs. Although I have not gone back and double checked my email, my recollection is I sent those draft contracts out to all the departments quite a while back to get their input in to me. Frankly, this needs to be prodded along given where we are in the process. So just bringing this matter back up to the board, it's something Commissioner Amison had mentioned at the last board meeting he wanted to have brought up, and then when I started looking into it, I figured out that, well, I haven't been prodding along the contracts. So how does the board want me to proceed in terms of contracts between the county and the other VFDs?
I still think they need to sign a contract. If they're getting money from the county, they need to sign the contract. I mean, that's just my belief, and I think all the board agreed to it the last time we talked about it, so.
Yep, I think it needs to be, a uniform contract with every one of them. I think that it needs to include the strongest language possible where we have the most transparency about the funding, where the funds are going, whether it's, MSBU money, fundraisers. I mean, it's not gonna stop them from getting any of the money, but it just needs to be out there. It needs to be transparent. That way we can, just all this outside noise, you know, most of the public that I've spoken with, since our last meeting with MSBU is, you know, if we're gonna increase that, I wanna know where the money's at. I wanna know how it's being spent. There needs to be transparency with it, and that's where I'm at.
Okay, then let's, if we can dive into a little bit of specifics on the contract that was entered into with St. James Lanark, if I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Okay, because it goes to the transparency issue that Commissioner Anderson raised. One of the issues in the existing contract and the future contracts is it really doesn't address the subject matter requiring the departments to submit an annual budget. And so since the Lanark does not have that, I'm not going to include it in any of the other contracts requiring them to provide to you annual budgets for your consideration like you do. I mean, they're not really county departments like the road department, but they're quasi departments because they get public funds. If the board would like to require them to submit annual budgets, then I will amend
You need to amend it.
well, that's why. Then the other thing is, as far as the financial transparency, the existing contract requires an annual audit, but it provides that privately raised funds are segregated and not commingled with public funds. And so, and same thing, if they get grant monies are to be not commingled. But the annual audit only addresses the public component of their funding. It does not include whatever they raise privately. I did not address that in the initial draft, so if that's something the board wants me to discuss with them as far as donated funds, then I need those directions. But the existing contract and and the draft that I sent out to the other 6 departments does not include them to do anything regarding their privately raised funds other than to keep them segregated and separate and not commingled with public funds.
Yeah, I don't think there needs to be any discussion about that.
Now,
The private
Can
fund.
I ask you why? Just,
I
what's your
mean,
opinion?
it's their private funds. You're dealing with volunteer fire departments. The last thing we need to do is a form of government. Yes, we can have some kind of MOU so that the people know, yeah, this money's being collected from your area, it's going to fire service in your area, we can show how it's spent, but you also are dealing with volunteers. We don't need to be so involved that they're like, you know what, here's the keys, won't you do it? I mean, I just see that as a potential problem.
Yeah, but whenever you're talking about private funds, you're also talking about the people that are donating, not the volunteer fire department itself and the personnel there, but those are the people that wanna know where this money is going and how it's being spent. The people that are actually forking over the money.
Yeah.
You know, so that's why I say there needs to be some transparency to this. You know, I feel like, and I may be wrong, that fire departments don't wanna put out there how much money that they are bringing in because they're scared we won't give them money to MSBU. Well,
And that don't have nothing to
that's
do with
exactly
it.
right. And so let's just be transparent, let's show the people
That's right.
where the money's going. Hell, to be honest with you probably get more people active in the donation process and fundraising process.
And I think you would, I'm gonna tell you something, when people really know where their money's going to, I believe you see them getting more donations.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
People get behind it more.
And I don't have a problem asking to sign a contract and turn in a budget. Because anybody who gets any kind of money from government, they need to be able to.
I'm making that amendment in my note now. Amend to require annual budgets. I heard
You
that
knew
loud
that
and clear.
You knew that, didn't you? Well, I mean.
Well, you said and everybody else in my mind nodded yes, so yes, ma'am.
Well, and like I said, you know, that's what I'm looking at. Everybody may not agree with me, but that's the way I see it. And, but anyway.
Do we need to vote on that, or is that?
I actually have a few other things I want to address.
Oh, okay,
And I usually don't do this, but in this case, I think it's necessary because I understand there's been a lot of chatter, I think was what someone said earlier about social media. So I just want to go over a few provisions that are in the contract with St. James Lanark VFD now, and that will be included in they already were included in the draft sent out to the other departments. For example, it says, the parties agree that no MSBU assessment fund shall be paid by the department for the services of firefighters, command staff, agents, or other volunteers. If I need to read that again for emphasis, I will, but I think it echoes loud enough. As far as financial management, I won't read everything, but it essentially says the county's obligation is subject to the availability of funds. You are obligated to fund fire protection services. These departments are required to keep adequate records and supporting documents for a minimum of 5 years. Commencing in the fiscal year, of course we'll have to change that because Lanark was fiscal year 24-25, and continuing every budget year thereafter, the department shall submit an audited financial statement to the county within 90 days at the end of each budget year or a date otherwise agreed by the parties. The department agrees upon request to provide the county with data and documents that are necessary to compute and justify any amendments to the annual MSBU rate. The department may seek and obtain funds from additional sources, including grants and donations. However, they may not do so under circumstances that require the county to provide any matching funds without the board's permission. And the department agrees, when I say department, I mean the volunteer fire department, agrees to maintain records relating to any grant funds upon request shall allow the county to access and review the department's records pertaining to such grant funds. The county clerk of court and their agents shall have the right to audit, inspect, and copy records and documents as often as they deem reasonably necessary, and for the 5-year period thereafter. And the county will pay for the cost of any copies that we require from the VFD. And the volunteer fire departments understand and agree that the county and the clerk will not be providing pre-audit oversight regarding the expenditures of MSBU funds, and that the department, again, the volunteer fire department, is responsible for the lawful use and expenditure of all funds, and that they are required to maintain adequate records and supporting documents of the expenditures of the MSBU funds, grant funds, and the donated funds related to the agreement for 5 years. So and then there's a requirement that they're subject to the public records law unless there's an exemption that applies, and compliance with the Sunshine Law and the Ethics Code to the extent it applies to the volunteer departments. So I know the hour was late, but those were things that, in my opinion, were necessary under the circumstances to go over, and thank you all for being patient with me, commissioners. So as far as the board board action requested was a discussion and direction, so I have my direction to amend the contract to include the requirement for an annual budget submission, and that everyone enters into the same contract, which makes sense. Now, there will have to be some changes, that will not be uniform among all the departments. For example, the county owns the fire department building at St. James Lanark. The other departments are, buildings are owned, so far as I know, by the actual volunteer fire department. So there'll have to be some changes that are made. If I deem anything that they request to be material, and other than that particular subject matter, I'll bring you back a red line that shows anything that they propose to strike through or underline anything that they propose to add, so that you can easily determine what changes they're asking you to consider. And then there's an information item. I typically don't go over those.
Attorney Schuler.
Yes, sir.
So, question about the contract.
Yes.
So, what happened if the department don't submit the budget?
Well, then I guess they don't get MSBU funds if they don't have an approved budget, Commissioner. I mean, does anybody else get, I mean, I don't go with the budget, but I'm making that presumption. Everybody gets funded on a budget.
So now we're not just talking about asking them to submit a budget, we're talking about approving their budget. That's the word you used.
Yeah.
Approve their
I
budget.
mean, I'm making assumptions here that if you submit a budget, then it's going to have to be reviewed and approved by the board.
Yeah, we do.
If that's not y'all's intention, then let me know.
It's not my intention.
It's mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're not always all gonna agree, but I'm just
That's
saying
fine.
if,
I understand both sides too.
well, I mean, it's supposed to be a shot in the arm for quite a few people.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna give them that big a shot in the arm, there needs to be some checks and balances in place. They need to come in and say, hey, look, this is what we're budgeting for, and that's our job to say, okay, we can approve that, we can live with that, and I think people will support it better, because,
Well, it would make our life easier as a commissioner, because I'm all the time asked about that, the transparency of the fire departments, and I'm just, like I said this morning, earlier, I'm just so proud of Lanark, but there's still some, everybody wants to know where all the money's going to. Lanark didn't have that much money, I mean, all they had was a little bit, because they couldn't spend it, what the fire department did,
And I thank Commissioner Anderson for reminding me of this subject matter, because once he told me, in my mind started dwelling on the subject matter, I mean, it eventually dawned on myself that my recollection is the board has very specific directions that there's going to be a contract as part of this whole MSBU discussion.
Yep.
So, again, thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for that memory jogging. Thank you.
it's one of those things.
Anything else before I move on,
realize.
Commissioners, to the supplement? Okay, 3 supplemental items that came up, basically Monday of this week. Item number 1 is, I understand that there has been pile burning from land clearing in the East Point community, and there have been some community concerns that have been expressed to the board, and perhaps others. My words, not anybody else's words. What relief can the county provide to us from this fire smoke? And the answer is none. That's not anything other than just a plain reading of the Florida statutes in chapter 590.02. There is a very clear preemption of this subject matter to the state, as long as people are getting their burn permits from the state of Florida Division of Forestry. There's nothing you can do. I mean, any relief that people are looking for, this is not the local government body that can provide it. I mean, there's more detail in my report, but when you just get to the bone of the matter, the state legislature has preempted this subject matter, like they have on other subject matters. There's just nothing that the board can do. So unless y'all have any discussion for me, I will move to item number 2 on the supplement.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, I did talk to Attorney Schuler about, it does say may not adopt, enforce laws, regulations, or policies pertaining to broadcast burning, agricultural and silvicultural pile burning. So I did, obviously that being defined. So, and my question to him was an ordinance, but still, again, that's a gray area because it states it right there. So my recommendation is to people that still are not understanding this, and it's like I explained to an individual that I spoke with on the phone yesterday, your best bet would probably be to contact Wilton Simpson, Commissioner of Agriculture at this point, and get the statute changed. That's the only thing in the recommendation I have, because otherwise, again, preemption is preemption. The state's preempting us on a lot of things now lately. But that was my recommendation to that individual. So that's the only thing I know to do to resolve this issue. But thanks for looking into that, Attorney Schuler, and
Yes, ma'am.
bringing it back to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Been a statute for a long time.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 2, outside counsel David Theriak and myself are requesting board authorization and a schedule of what date, time, and place to the board directs to conduct an executive session pursuant to Florida Statute 286.011 subsection 8 Florida statutes for a private session between the board, myself and David Theriak, and Mr. Morone, who's your chief administrative employee, to discuss the matters authorized by Chapter 286 in regard to the following litigation that's pending. The landing at SGI LLC versus Franklin County, case number 2025-56-CA. So the action I'm requesting is approval to schedule and hold the session authorized by Chapter 286.011 subsection 8 Florida statutes, and then direction, when does the board want to schedule the executive session? We are required to publish in the newspaper, which I can't do until Thursday of next week at the soonest, so I would suggest that the board, as you have in the other prior instances, consider an afternoon session after your next board meeting on August 19th, but it is board discretion.
Will you have enough time to advertise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have a 10-day window, we just have to give reasonable notice.
Okay.
Publication in Thursday of next week. I don't know what the date is, but it's the Thursday before the Wednesday meeting next week, and that is legally sufficient notice. If the board wants to schedule the executive session, say we have before 1:30, 2 o'clock on the afternoon of your second meeting in August, which is August 19th.
19th, okay. Does that work for everybody's schedule?
Yes.
What time?
August 19th.
Yeah, what time is what he's asking?
I was thinking 1:30, 2 o'clock. I mean, y'all, I don't know what's on the agenda for the 19th, other than I do have, at your direction, a public hearing on an ordinance at 11 o'clock, but honestly, that, I mean, if that takes 10 minutes, I'd be shocked. I mean, it's a fairly straightforward issue.
So y'all good with 2 o'clock? What you want to do?
2 o'clock.
2 to be safe.
2 o'clock?
2 o'clock.
Can I just say something? I'm ready to get done with this.
No, don't say anything.
I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
It's a process, as Commissioner Mosconis used to say. You remember that, Commissioner Sanders? There's a process. Let's let the process work out. Executive session, I'm sorry, I can't write very fast at 2 p.m. Okay, and then the final item, procurement policy exemption. I have been requested for a legal opinion regarding whether or not the board procurement policy requires you to competitively bid for the professional planning services for the update on your comprehensive plan. In my opinion, you do not. In my opinion, under paragraph 4E, regarding the applicability of the procurement policy, I believe this is a legally related service because we have to go through a legal process to update your comp plan. So I believe that exemption applies. So therefore, the board, I believe, if it is your will, you can exercise that exemption and not have a competitive procurement, but your procurement policy also says just because there's an exemption doesn't mean you have to follow it. You have the discretion to have a competitive procurement if that is your policy decision.
Right.
So I'm simply asking the board for direction, whether you want, county staff, won't be me, but if you want county staff to follow the exemption and not have, competitive procurement processes pursuant to the authorization in paragraph 4E, or does the board wish to pursue competitive procurement? If you want a lot of specifics, you'll need to talk to the county planner, Bree Robinson, because she's much more familiar with it than I am, but just generally, the legislature approved, I believe it was like $100,000 for the comprehensive plan update, and I believe the deadline for completing the project is June 30th. I think she said July 1st. I think actually the budget year ends in the state on June 30th, and we're already, not quite a month and a half behind, because the new budget year for the state started July 1st.
Is it, let me ask you a question, Mr. Shearer.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't she the planner, Miss Bree Robinson? Isn't she the one that's gonna be working with this planner?
She will be involved in the process
Yeah.
as far as
Yeah.
coordinating from a county staff perspective, but I believe the heavy lifting would be done by whoever the outside planner is.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, so obviously, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, we're on a time constraint for one. If we do go out for bids, it's gonna be another 3-4 months. And that's
I'm
3-4 months
comfortable
that
with
can
what
be
we-
worked on this plan. So
Yeah.
I'm all for having, exercising the exemption. I'm okay with, exercising the exemption.
Me too.
Okay.
I don't know about the rest of the board, but.
I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Well, I'm just saying, if Bree's comfortable with the people, that's all right with me, 'cause she knows.
Well,
And it's a professional service too, and it's
Sure.
a, it's a
Y'all agree with that?
specified, specific service.
And she knows.
yes, in my opinion, the exemption applies.
It's like a
So-
lawyer or a,
Well, this is, it
legal.
refers to attorneys in that particular subparagraph 4E, but it also refers to other legally related services, and then it mentions a category of professionals that excludes attorneys. It refers to lobbyists. Okay, well, in my opinion, the board, when you adopted that policy, was not intending that exemption to be limited just to attorney legal services. In my book, it's a broader interpretation of the exemption applying to legally related services, as the plain language says. And this is a legal process for you to go through and amend an ordinance, update your comprehensive plan, have a public hearing, and then you either do or don't adopt, or adopt as the board amends. So I think the exception applies for those reasons, but obviously it's the board's policy, and ultimately the board interprets its own policies, not me. But that's my recommendation to the board, and those are your options. So I'm going to move
Do
forward.
do you need that by motion and vote, or you good?
In decision whether to exercise, yes, I just, if the board, by motion vote, would let me know that you're good with following the exemption and not following the procurement policies.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the.
Excuse me, let me rephrase that. You're
Yeah.
not
I know what you
good
meant.
with regard to the competitive solicitation required by your procurement policy.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion to exercise the exemption.
I second it.
All right, so we do have a motion to exercise our exemption that we have in our procurement policy by Commissioner Ward, and it's been seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else for Attorney Schuler?
No, I've had my Willy Wonka moment today, so I
It's
have
all
to
good.
stop back and reverse it.
It's all good.
So that's it for me, Commissioners, unless you have any questions.
Any Commissioner comments?
No, Mr. Chairman, just real quick, I don't know if I told the board or not, but on September 9th, I'm meeting with FDOT officials on some issues that we've all brought up within our own districts. So just FYI, I will report back, well, it's September 9th, so we have a couple meetings before then. But anyway, I just wanted y'all to know that.
Okay, good.
I've just got one item, Mr. Chairman. The girls with Dixie's League, the 10 and under, went down to Bellevue, Florida They came back as winners, but not winners of the World Series. But that was the best trip, one of the best trips I've ever taken with those girls. But I do want to say that the 12 and under, they ranked number three in the 12 and under Dixie Youth League. At that time that I got a chance to talk to Mr. Gary Sassnett, I told him that Franklin County was pleasantly awaiting some more tournaments to come our way. So and I said, whatever you need, just let us know. If we need to do something to the fields to change it, whatever we need to do. But I said we need to get those ball teams in there. But I want to say that I'm proud of all the teams. I don't know of any county in the radius that is around us that has had 3 teams go to World Series on the Dixie Youth. So I mean that's a big thing. But I just want to say that it was an enjoyment. I enjoyed it.
Mr. Chairman, happy National Oyster Day too, by the way.
Oh, did you remember that? Yeah, you saw it. They should be, that's good.
Any other commissioner comments? All right, we're adjourned.